indicating that the adoption of DPIs are at a tipping point. They are being advanced globally. The lack of definition, of consensus around what should be labeled as DPI and what doesn't fall within that label is missing at the moment. So our aim at this workshop is to have various folks who are part of stakeholder groups who are working and engaging with these processes to kind of shine some light and bring to our to increase and expand our understanding of how they are approaching building DPIs, how they are going about defining the values and infrastructure development and the design of these DPIs. The advancement of DPIs is happening even as legitimate concerns about their impact on trust, security, and competition in the digital economy remains unexplored or under addressed. There is a centralization of digital identity and online payments that is happening through under the DPI label. And this can lead to policy problems like exclusion, fraud, or even compromise of digital security. The rapid development and deployment also has profound implications in terms of disrupting traditional sectors and businesses. Another risk raised by DPIs, which are rooted in digital sovereignty or the claim that states have the stake in running the internet and digital services and should have the maximum say in how they are to be taken forward, is that it could lead to fragmentation. So, a sovereignty based approach to building and developing DPIs could lead to fragmentation, and we want to kind of explore this tension between fragmentation and cooperation that DPIs enable. Control of these institutional arrangements and the technical architecture of DPIs and its usage is creating discrete spaces of data and transactions, which can encourage and enable governments to pursue a sovereignty based agenda. Delays in reform and rise in protectionism could hinder the adoption and expansion of DPI if embraced elsewhere. Given the stakes and the economic, political, social impact of DPIs, it is important to think through their development, create avenues for oversight. The prevailing discourse is exclusively focusing on legislative and regulatory measures. However, interventions such as audits and assessments could also play a vital role. So, like Professor Mueller kind of directed, that we will delve into these other issues as we go by in this discussion. But on definition itself, we do have certain global forums that are trying to create the platform and bring together diverse stakeholders to come towards a common definition. But again, because of this sovereignty based approach to developing DPIs, the consensus has not been easy to come by. And that's what we are hoping to kind of delve into more over here. I'm happy to jump in and talk more about it, but I want to hear from my other panelists. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jyoti. People hear me? All right. So why don't we go next to David? The ITU has played a classical role in basic telecommunications infrastructure coordination. They have never really built infrastructure. They're telling me my mic is not working again.
You want to borrow mine?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you have to turn it on. Somehow it got turned off. So, yes, let's turn to David. And can you give us a brief overview, 5 minutes or so, of what your perspective is, particularly focusing on the definitional issues at this stage?
I can give it a try. So thank you everyone for inviting me to this panel. I sit in a kind of cold Sweden now. I work for the Swedish Companies Registration Office under the Ministry of Economic Affairs in Sweden. And also am the coordinator of EWC, the wallet consortia. We pilot digital identity wallets for Europe. This is a collaborative effort, 86 organizations from private and public sector, done over 2 years, 20 million euros. Rather big, and I guess in some sense a digital public infrastructure, although this is not a really my area of expertise. So I'm coming with a kind of perspective from what I don't understand of the public infrastructures, and see if that can add to the discussion. When it comes to digital public infrastructures and what we see from at least what I see, and I've been working with the Swedish government, within the Swedish government, for about 10 years with digitalization, and of course in the EU as well. I'm part of several expert groups and also the Open Wallet Forum, and some other OECD groups and so on before. Digital public infrastructures kind of come in my view, the last 3 years. I wouldn't say that this is a big discussion in the EU. I haven't really used it at all, to be honest, in the work that we've done. And it's not something that is really looked at from my perspective when it comes to digital identity ecosystem in the EU. So I think this is interesting for the discussion, because then it seems like we have different kind of angles to it and different understandings, and also of course that makes it difficult to come with a kind of cohesive understanding of the digital public infrastructure and what we should do with it. From my perspective, also speaking about EU and also about Sweden, this is my personal understanding though, but digital sovereignty is a core focus of the EU in our digital strategies. I wouldn't say that necessarily hinders cooperation with the private sector or other countries, but there is an understanding that we need to some degree have we need to somehow have control of some of the key fundamental infrastructures when it comes to digitalization, such as digital identity. Although we have a lot of good experience with private.
We have a lot of ambient noise.
Should I stop or?
You can go on, but we have a lot of ambient noise here.
Okay. Yeah. And yes, to kind of finish up, then I think what's mostly interesting, where I kind of sit, is the interoperability between identity systems, and interoperability, of course, on the technological infrastructure layers, but also, of course, the semantics, so legal semantics and definitions and so on. So I'm kind of curious on kind of the interoperability questions in the digital public infrastructure framework, which, as far as I've seen, it's not that prominent in kind of the discussion papers and so on that I've browsed through the last years.
Good,
So,
thank you.
thank you.
I think it's interesting then that from the perspective of, from David's perspective, the term is not commonly used, and the whatever main concern he has is in fact with interoperability, which, as Jyoti flagged, may be an issue if you start taking a sovereigntist approach to DPI. So let's go on to Ambassador Verdier. I think you are more involved with this topic.
I am. So, first, let's say that I'm a veteran of the Internet revolution. I started my first company in 1995, and then I became an ambassador. And I say this because that's always the same thing. The reality is vibrant, evolving, diverse, complex, and we look for words. But the reality doesn't obey to our words. I say this because the DPI movement is one new word for various approaches, and you can connect it to infrastructures, to public service, to sometimes commons, to platform strategies. And for example, personally, I discovered probably this kind of ideas 15 years ago. I was writing a book on platform strategies, and I was trying to explain the success and the strength of the big platforms like Google or Facebook or Apple itself. And suddenly I discovered that some people were speaking about government as a platform. And I was very interested by this approach. And when I became the French head of the French IT department for the government, I tried to develop some building blocks for a government as a platform strategy. And we did develop France Connect or some important APIs. And it was on a certain perspective, a kind of prototype of what we call now DPI. And I've discovered at this time the Estonian X Road, for example, that is another kind of ancestor of the DPI approach. And then I discovered what was happening in India. So Pramod is not with us today, but we can here observe a massive impact because in less than 3 years, they did develop a digital ID for more than 1 billion people, and 25% of them didn't even have a legal existence, and then they had a legal existence plus an ID. Then they did develop a very smart payment interface. But that is just, just a set of API. They did just decide that the banks has to be able to receive payment orders through this format, and they have the duty to agree to execute payments through this format. That's all. Plus, independent body to regulate, to be sure that the banks are correctly implementing the system. And thanks to this approach, a good definition of a set of APIs, they did manage to let the market conceive 600 payment systems. So of course, Alipay and Google Pay are the biggest, but there is a huge diversity of payment system. You can pay with a QR code or with WhatsApp, or it depends of your service. So I mentioned this to say that a lot of people a lot of countries or organizations are trying to build this small layer of something, a kind of platformization between the free internet and the market and the society. And that's very important because as I said, usually in the digital world, platform strategies are very efficient. A platform strategy is a strategy that compacts and distributes some resources for users. Most often, they try to take a part of the added value of the users. So they take the platforms, the private platforms. They take data, or they try to capture you, or they ask for revenue sharing. But that's efficient. A very simple and obvious platform strategy is a smartphone itself. If you are a service developer, you are very grateful to Apple or Google to propose to you a connected computer with a camera and a connection and Meteo and a lot of sensors and a lot of tools, plus the good SDK. So you are very grateful and you agree to share 30% of your revenues because they did allow you to innovate and create and try to access to the market. So that's efficient and that can be dangerous, that was said, because of course the platform is controlling everything. But to conclude this introduction, from my perspective, the most important reason to speak about this here in the IGF is that if we want to protect a free, open, decentralized, neutral, and unified internet, and if we want to avoid the capture of this internet by strong companies that are built on the internet and that try to capture the customer, and if we want to remain free democracies, so we have a fundamental right. For example, in Europe, we are very attached to privacy. We have a fundamental right to say we want to protect privacy, or we are not democracies anymore. So we have to impose some views to the companies that are built on the internet. So if you want to manage all of this, to protect the free and open and decentralized internet, to avoid the capture by strong actors, to build a democratic feedback, probably the design of this small layer of public services to be the interface between all those principles is a very, very good and efficient approach. But of course, and it will be said, I think, you can also have a public infrastructure that is dangerous. You can have a public infrastructure that is too much owned or controlled by the government itself, that is not transparent enough, that is or that make mistakes with a security breach, or I don't know. So we have to design it carefully in a multi-stakeholder way with enough transparency, if enough democratic feedback. But I don't see any other approach than this layer of public service if we don't want the internet to become a kind of new Far West. So that's my view to launch the conversation.
Very good. So you have introduced something that I think is the best definition of DPI that I've heard, which is a set of APIs that is serving as an intermediary for or a platform for many different, particularly as an interface between government services and the broader public. Let's turn to Luca, who has, I think, some very strong perspectives on DPI based on your experience in Brazil.
Not very strong. I would not say strong, but so just to provide a little bit of context. So at FGV, I'm professor at FGV Law School, and besides directing the Center for Technology and Society at FGV, as Milton eloquently was announcing, I also direct a project called Cyber BRICS that maps and compares the digital policies of the BRICS grouping. So over the past 5 years, we have discussed a lot of issues, and one of them is also amongst data governance and digital transformation, AI governance, an overlapping issue is digital sovereignty. So we have a book that should already be available in open access on the Cambridge University Press website on digital sovereignty in the BRICS. And some of the case studies we have analyzed from India or Brazil are precisely about DPIs and how they can be considered as an example of good digital sovereignty in some cases. Again, I also want to introduce a little bit of caution because DPI as digital sovereignty, as pretty much anything we can speak in life, it may be a label. So to understand if it is good or bad, we have to understand what is the content behind the label, right? So DPI as a definition, the only agreed international definition we have of DPIs has been put forward by the G20 last year under the Indian presidency and has been taken off by the UN. For instance, if you look at the reports recent on DPI safeguards done by the DPI and UNDP, you will see that they quote the same definition of the G20 last year under the Indian presidency. And again, the Indians have been very successful because the DPIs for them is a key of their digital transformation strategy that's endured more than 10 years under the India Stack program. So let's say that the cherry on top of their strategy was to put this into the G20 so that everyone now is speaking about DPIs, which is a very successful strategy. And very few countries have been this strategy and this agenda for G20, in my opinion. And so this definition is considering DPIs as digital systems that should be secure and interoperable, and that are used to provide access to public or private services and deliver, therefore, not only public services, although they are mainly used for public services. But if you look at India, there is a very good example of the ONDC, the Open Network for Digital Commerce, which is a protocol for a great bazaar where any kind of private service can be delivered. So it's not only about public services. We usually we categorize DPIs as digital identities, online payments, and personal data consent managers. This could fit into the public services, especially the first two, but they are not only public services. They can be used for private services. And another good example, also to stress that this does not only happen at the federal level, at the national level. In the city where I live, Rio de Janeiro, there is a very good competitor of Uber called Taxi Rio. It's a DPI made by the local municipality that allows you to take taxis without using Uber, and is entirely developed by the local administration. So it's a very good example of how DPIs can also be local, and also why we speak about digital sovereignty, not only as something that is state-driven, but can be driven by local communities, local municipalities, even local individuals. And why I argue that DPIs like PIX, our national digital payment infrastructure is a good example of digital sovereignty, because it allows in this case, the individuals and the government to understand how the technology work, develop it, and regulate it effectively, which is how we define digital sovereignty in the book, in its various nuances. It's all about understanding, developing and regulating effectively technology. And so before PIX, our national payment infrastructure, was developed, the only exclusive way to process digital payments in Brazil was through Visa and MasterCard. The only way was using two foreign companies that not only charge extortionary fees between 3 and 5% in all the global south, but also few people understand that over the past 10 years, they became big data companies. Most of their revenues is not the 3 to 5% of the fee, is the intelligence and profiling. They elaborate on data collection of every single consumer that uses. People don't understand it when they use their credit card. They are de facto not only paying with money, they are paying with data. And the only ones that were reaping these benefits were Visa and MasterCard before PIX in Brazil or UPI in India. So this is a very good example, in my opinion, of how DPI can be leveraged for good digital sovereignty, because it broke the monopoly, actually the duopoly of Visa and MasterCard. The antitrust and competition authorities could have cried and adopted any kind of remedy. They would have never broken this monopoly, never. This has created an alternative that has reverted automatically 3 to 5% of what consumers pay in their pocket. So enormous advancement in terms of competition and consumer benefit, an enormous advancement in terms of informational self-determination or data protection. People now understand that their data are collected and who is collecting them, because the online banking intermediaries they have terms of service and they precisely state what they do. When you use a credit card, you don't even know that your data are collected. So that is an enormous advancement in terms of informational self-determination. And also, to conclude, this has also provided a very good example of how multi-stakeholder cooperation is not only about speaking in nice fora, but it also can be very outcome-oriented and very effective. The Brazilian Central Bank, which is one of the few institutions in Brazil works very well, has leveraged a lot of public consultation with stakeholders to build PIX, is still working with all financial intermediaries to implement it, and created something called PIX Forum, which is not a nice event, but is a process to collect continuous feedback from those who are implementing the technology, to understand how to improve it and what are the pitfalls of the technology. So I think that there are a lot of very good examples here. I would also provide, do I have a last minute?
One more minute,
yes,
please.
Meaningful connectivity. This has also explained the value of meaningful connectivity. In India, UPI, the Uniform Payment Infrastructure from which PIX is inspired, was a success only because India in 2016 adopted net neutrality rules that prohibited zero rating. So if you have meaningful connectivity, you can use DPIs. If you, as in all the global south, only access the internet through Meta family of apps, primarily WhatsApp, and in some cases Facebook and Instagram, you cannot have access to DPIs because you pay for them. You pay for access to connectivity. So the reason why India is experiencing a belle epoque of innovation is because they prohibited zero rating in 2016, but for the same reason, that is actually paradoxically the same reason why PIX has been a success in Brazil, because when it was going to enter in force in 2020, 1 month before, WhatsApp was introducing WhatsApp payment. And the Brazilian Central Bank know very well that if WhatsApp payment during the pandemic had been introduced before PIX, no one here would be celebrating PIX as a success story, but everyone in Brazil would be using WhatsApp payment. So they suspended the entrance in force of WhatsApp payment until PIX was also in force for consumers. Just takes 3 weeks ago. In Brazil, only because the Brazilian Central Bank in 2020 understood that if they had allowed WhatsApp payment to enter in force before PIX, PIX would have been absolutely useless. So before, I think this is a very cautionary tale for all governments willing to do DPIs. Think about systemically about everything, because if you spend a lot of money to do the best possible DPI, but at the end of the day, everyone only access WhatsApp and Facebook, it's useless to put your investment in DPIs.
Okay, so now you understand why I said Luca had strong opinions about DPI. Let's go on to
Not only
Henriette.
DPIs or many things.
Yes,
Just before, if I can add one word to make it even more simple. One day I was discussing with Pramod Verma, who was supposed to be there today, and he told me this very simple idea. He told me, you in Europe, you did build your strengths and prosperity and maybe sovereignty thanks to public infrastructure, roads, trains, bridges, and you became very prosperous. And then suddenly you did stop. And today, in the current economy, you need ID, payment, geolocalization. That are the infrastructure of the 21st century.
Thanks, Ambas. Milton, do I also have strong feelings? Actually, I do. I think that DPI is a really important opportunity for us to fill gaps that date back. I mean, I see the ancestors of DPI, and I'm speaking very much from an African perspective. I'm in South Africa, but I work across the continent. Firstly, open government. One of those grand ideas and grand coalitions from about 20 years ago, which still exists, but it's lost its glamour, it's lost its attraction. And then the World Summit on the Information Society, where you had action lines on e-government, e-health, e-education, an enabling environment for innovation, all of those elements that were part of and of course, connectivity infrastructure. And what we have as a result of that 20 years later is a landscape that's completely characterized by digital inequality, which means that any initiative, be it a health initiative or an education initiative, or a government initiative, actually, in most cases, just increases that inequality, because if there isn't connectivity across the board, if people don't have devices, if people in rural areas cannot afford the cost of mobile broadband, then any investment in any kind of digital public service, or in fact, even in other services, commercial services, tends to just increase the gap between those who have and who can benefit and those who don't. I think I'm not surprised that David hasn't heard much about digital public infrastructure in Sweden, because you have digital public infrastructure in Sweden. You don't need to talk about it, but we need to talk about it, and we need to talk about it very seriously. And I don't think, Milton, it's a set of APIs. It's much, much more than that. I think the G20 definition, or looking at these four elements of broadband infrastructure, absolutely critical in Africa. I'm not sure how many people are aware that internet penetration in Africa is actually lower now than it was a few years ago. It's now below 40%. It was around 40. It's now more in the upper 30s. Even access to electricity is reducing in parts of Africa where dependency on hydro is affected by drought. Digital identity systems, again, even identity systems are a challenge in many African countries. And then, of course, the challenge of moving to digital identity, when the data governance and the data protection frameworks and the public administration and rights protection frameworks are also insufficient in many cases. Another challenge, finance payments. How do most Africans, have financial inclusion or any semblance of it? It's through Safaricom, it's through mobile operators facilitating quite expensive financial services for the poor. Very few countries in Africa outside of Nigeria and South Africa, for example, have banking that actually is accessible to the poor.
So let me just be clear here, Henriette. You are broadening the concept of infrastructure to everything: electricity, telecoms, banking, the whole schmear.
Well, the G20 definition of digital public infrastructure looks at data, finance, broadband infrastructure, and identity. And I think for all of those aspects to be able to be implemented and operated and to become a platform for developing public services, you need not just the broadband, you also need the electricity infrastructure. Why I think it's important and why DPI is such a good opportunity is because I think Luca talked a lot about how it can facilitate multi-stakeholder cooperation. that's absolutely true. But I think even at a national level, it can facilitate intergovernmental collaboration. It can facilitate initiatives such as laying out broadband backbone, which is often done by the Ministry of Communications, with the Ministry of Finance, the Department of Finance, who's trying to deal with financial inclusion, with Home Affairs, that's trying to deal with digital identity systems. A country like South Africa, for example, pays social grants. In fact, the only reason people in South Africa don't starve is because they get grants from the government. Administering that has been a massive challenge because there is no infrastructure to do that easily. It has been done in collaboration with the private sector, but it is extremely complex. And
Well, I just think that I think I need to keep us a bit more focused here, because if you're talking about the development of telecommunications or broadband infrastructure, right? There is a completely different set of institutions and processes that have facilitated the growth of that. For example, all of these countries that had state-owned telecom monopolies had abysmal levels of penetration before liberalization and competition was introduced in the 90s or 2000s, right? You have to admit that there was public infrastructure, and whether it's power or especially telecoms, these countries that relied entirely on the state to be the developer or on international grants are simply never going to catch up with what was happening in the world where there was commercial development.
so, Milton, what I'm saying is that DPI is an opportunity for countries where that gap exists to fill it.
But with what capital, with what investment, where does the money
That
come
is why it's an important discussion. And that's why it's important that we discuss it in the context of the IGF and WISS, because financing that investment and having private and public partnerships and having the kind of rights protections that needs to be built into that is something that we can try and achieve through the WISS, through the South African chairing of the G20. So I know that Yoti wants to speak about it. The fact that it's public infrastructure doesn't mean that it has to be developed and owned and controlled by the state. It means that it has to be developed and controlled and regulated in the public interest. I'm not suggesting the statist approach.
Let me go again, and then she's been jumping up.
So these are really interesting perspectives, but I just want to, as the token representative of India and living through this great digital public infrastructure revolution, I feel like I have to chime in a little bit, going back into the history of how did the label DPI come about. Henriette is very correct that the roots of this lie in the e-governance, the digitization initiatives that have kind of evolved with time and investment and stakeholder priorities. So it's running along the same trajectory. But for example, digital identity is rooted in the notion of national security, and therefore the state has way more say in running digital identity within the India stack than it has in matters of UPI, which has been developed by banks coming together to compete against MasterCard and Visa. So even within this whole label of India Stack, which later got reformulated as DPI as they wanted to export it to other countries, the idea of digital identity is coming from a different perspective. Digital payments and wallets are coming from a different priority and perspective. And digital sovereignty seems to be the thread that ties these two different efforts and neatly brings them together under a common label and therefore facilitates adoption, etc. I want to throw in a couple of questions here for everyone's consideration. I like what Ambassador talked about, where he's like your intention versus your experience there can be a huge gap between that. So for example, when we talk about DPI and digital identity in India, one of the most common refrains I hear from everyone is that look at the scale and look at how many people have digital identity. And these were people, the large parts of the population were lacking any form of legal identity. Firstly, that claim is very, very contested. There were various forms of identity available to the population. But of course, the state apparatus was backing this digital identity project. And therefore, one of the rationales to push it forward was to make the claim that people lack identity and therefore need a digital version of that identity to upgrade the population and bring them into the modern world, into this revolution, right? But also, I want to ask that after the digital identity got built, it got integrated into welfare, not because this was strategic from day one, because the government and the players who were developing digital identity realized that the swiftest way of ensuring adoption and achieving that scale would be to integrate it with welfare schemes because the state has greater control over it and therefore would be able to push and apply its might behind the adoption of these services. So again, the intention, how has it reached that scale, and is the scale the only parameter of success? And I think this is what Henriette is referring to when she talks about that we can't only look at the scale and then reach and let's talk about roads, like, right? All countries have roads, but in some countries the roads are excellent and talked about globally, but in other countries they're not that well developed. Some villages and towns in India still have dirt tracks that are referred to as roads, right? Who is responsible for building roads? It can happen both through public funding, it can happen through public private cooperation, or private sector can be contracted to build roads. But it's not just building roads once. Roads require maintenance. Roads will have to be upgraded as traffic piles up. Different aspects need to be considered as the use of the road evolves. And I feel in a lot of these discussions about DPI, we get stuck at pointing to the success in India and not delving deep into that. Fine, no matter what the justification as to why this label has become really popular, but what are the impacts of DPI on the ground? What is the reality of the people who are actually engaging and interacting with these public infrastructure, and how public are they? So, for example, the UPI API is owned by the consortium of Indian banks, and they developed the API before, and they actually kind of didn't allow WhatsApp to launch its payment or delayed, WhatsApp adopting the protocol that was developed for interoperable payments in India. So if the idea of digital public infrastructure is that it is an alternative to big tech monopolistic structures that are very prevalent in the digital ecosystem currently, are we replacing one monopoly with another kind of monopoly? And I would really want to hear more about these themes from our panelists.
Okay.
I want to react to Yoti, please, Milton. I agree 100% with you. And this workshop is about norms. And I think I've looked at quite a lot of DPI norms, the UNDP, safety guidelines, whatever they're called. And I think none of them mention what you've just talked about is how do you maintain these roads? How do you assess whether they're getting to the people that need them most and whether those people are actually able to find buses that they can ride on those roads to get where they need to? I haven't seen that level of practical looking at the sustainability and the impact of DPI initiatives. And in fact, I think if we don't reframe how we talk about DPI, it's just going to become another opportunity for vendor-driven pseudo-public investment taken advantage of by corporations that are set up to do that, as has been the case with e-education, the WIS's action line.
But that's why I want to come. So I want to connect some dots. First, your former question. I think that's of the utmost importance to understand what must be mutualized. And the difference between you said sometimes the public telecommunication did not reach out so much. The growing consensus within the community of DPI's builders is that we must find what has to be done with this kind of public service approach and what must be led to the market. Mm-hmm. So most of the DPI's architects, they are looking for the minimum necessary infrastructure, if I may. And for example, in India, UPI doesn't make the payment systems. They have more than 600 private payment systems.
Exactly.
But built on a common infrastructure. And that's much more efficient. Same for roads. The importance is to have an interoperable road systems. I cannot change my car because I'm entering on another private road. So I need to be able to drive everywhere. If some of those roads are highway and I have to pay because this is a very expensive highway and others are communal small streets, doesn't matter. The important is to have one unified system. And that's the beauty of the DPI movement. We are looking for, yes, what must be done as a common and clear and infrastructure for the market,
Right,
to allow
right.
the market.
I think this is a well-known, although not frequently acknowledged. We tend to have this polarity, more government, more market. The fact
And-
of the matter is that markets function well when they have the right commons in which all the
Yeah.
market players can interact.
And maybe just one last thing. For most European, when you say public services, you call lawyers too, because there is a long tradition of juridical definition of what must be a public service. A public service has to be neutral, equal access. You have the duty to maintain it. You cannot change your mind and say, "Oh, sorry, I stopped this project." There are very clear and strong definitions of public service. It can be done through private sector or not. It can be free or not, but there are some specific duties. And a public service, at least in Europe, it might be public. It can be state-owned, but public servants are not governments, and they have, for example, the right to contest the authorities because they obey to the definition of their public service.
In some countries, that is
In
true.
some countries.
Luca, you
Yeah.
dying to get in here.
Yeah, I wanted to first to attract everyone's attention to a rare moment of agreement between me and Milton, because I think I concur with Milton in the fact that I think it is better to keep separate the distinction between digital public infrastructure and classic infrastructure. Because when we speak about DPIs, it's about digital systems built on open standards that are interoperable and secure to provide service. We might include into this telecom infrastructure, but I think it's an overstretch. I would keep it to software rather than getting into hardware. Having said that, as I was mentioning in the very beginning of my remarks, I think one really has not only to think that DPI, although there is this nice internationally agreed definition, there are very different implementation of the concept, and it's essential to study the details. Of course, in this panel, we can only have a superficial discussion about it. But if one study, let me provide some key examples between India and Brazil on the very same type of digital public infrastructure for payments to illustrate how this can be radically different. I think that the Brazilian experiment with PIX has been an evolution of what has been copied de facto from the UPI in India. And actually, maybe the Indians will not disclose that they have copied this from Russia, because Russia introduced its system MIR after the invasion of Crimea in 2014, when it was sanctioned immediately the day after by the US with the prohibition of Visa and MasterCard. So from night to day, Russians could not pay anything with their cards. So they had to come up with a new system, and a domestic one, MIR, like the space station MIR, but it was a very old system based on cards, so a physical system. Now they have copied Brazil and India, and they also have a digital public infrastructure, a software one. But the origin were the Russians that developed this for an existential reasons. From night to day, you don't have an online payment, so you have to come up with a solution. And the Indians were thinking about this, and were like, you know what? They at the same time they have disrupted Visa and MasterCard duopoly, so let's do it. But the way in which the Indian did it, as Jyoti was mentioning, was to create a non-for-profit corporation. So probably because they were skeptical about bureaucrats being able to do this, so they created the Reserve Bank of India, together with the main financial intermediary, created this National Payment Corporation of India. It's like an icon for payments. And they did the digital public infrastructure. They created the UPI. But the reason why I argue that actually the Brazilian experiment went farther, because in my opinion, is much more transparent and accountable is that the Brazilian experiment was directed by the Brazilian Central Bank. It's a public institution. So if I file a request of access to information to the Brazilian Central Bank and I ask them, tell me which data you have about me, tell me with whom you share them, tell me which are the cybersecurity standards that you adopted, yet they are obliged to reply to me. And if they don't reply to me, I sue them. If I file this same kind of request for access information to the National Payment Corporation of India, they reply to me, I'm sorry, we are not a public institution. We have no duty to reply to you. And we can keep everything totally opaque as much as we want, because this is not a public institution. So, of course, this could be changed in India if the National Payment Corporation of India became a public institution, and so they would be obliged to be more accountable. Not in data protection terms, because those who know the digital data protection, Personal Data Protection Act of India know very well that all public institutions are exempted from respecting the data protection law of India. So even if it was a public institution, would not be bound by respecting data protection law, because data protection law in India has carved out an enormous exception for all public institutions. But that is the reason why I argue that we really should look at the details of these things, because calling something digital public infrastructure doesn't make it good or bad.
Very good.
We have now Bill Gates blogging about digital public infrastructure, because of course this is a fashionable concept, has been co-opted by Microsoft, as usually happens with all nice concepts. Last year at IGF we were speaking about AI sovereignty. We released a book last year about this, and 2 months after Nvidia and Oracle started to blog about how their products were excellent for AI sovereignty, which I think is a little bit of overstretch of the concept, because of course they argue that you can be AI sovereign if you buy their tools, which is again a little bit of overstretch of the concept. But again, we really have not only to look at the label, but what is behind the label, to understand if we can form our opinion and to understand if it is good or bad.
Good. I need to get in here. So I really appreciated your story about the competition issue related to Visa and MasterCard in Brazil. I would tell you that within the US, this is recognized as a competition issue, but you need to understand how deeply embedded the dominance of those two payment networks is in our system of banking regulation. In other words, in some ways, the regulatory system has created conditions which lead to an oligopoly. And one of the concerns I have with this notion of sovereignty when it comes to DPI is that you could very easily recreate that situation in which local actors within a state, essentially, if the DPI is not open and not standardized in a way that is facilitating competition, it can very easily lead to a recreation of national oligopolies or national monopolies. And one of the big competitors to a new emerging form of DPI, i.e. cryptocurrency, are, of course, the central banks. And so this is a very clear contradiction or a clash between a sovereignty-based payment system and monetary system and a globalized one facilitated by the internet. The other point I'd like to make here is that when we talk about interoperability and commons versus market, it seems that we're not fully recognizing the revolutionary impact of the internet itself, right? What is the internet? It's a set of non-proprietary protocols, right? A non-proprietary protocols that made all of this connectivity possible, and it essentially facilitated a digitally networked economy, right? And so it wasn't like the government said, we're going to create a globally integrated economy, and that's why we're funding this protocol. It was simply the protocol was created through computer scientists and researchers, and then it was, because it was non-proprietary, which was a good part about the fact that the government funded it, but it was non-proprietary, so that neither the US government nor any private actor controlled the use and development of the infrastructure around the internet. And one of the things we can even talk about digital payments now coming down to our phones is because of this commons, this digital commons created by the internet protocols.
In 3 words, so you're right, internet is based on open standards and we have to protect it. But we have also to recognize that internet is captured because of through ID, payment, and some things like this. So DPI could be an answer, but you're right too. Maybe we should start thinking about a kind of ITU for DPIs, because interoperability, free exchange of, so I should be able to use my European digital wallet in India. That should be the goal. I should be able to travel, to exchange, to with my coming from my DPI and negotiating with others.
Just to complement your point, because there is already an ITU for DPI, which is the ITU, because it has already released 2 years ago the Gov Stack, which is a set of open protocols for DPIs. But what is the problem with the ITU? The ITU, as it is an intergovernmental organization that sets norms. The reasoning behind the DPI is building the infrastructure. Is not only I honestly use this in class with students as an example of what Lessig called 25 years ago regulation by architecture, because it is not, you are not regulating the market by imposing a sanction or by defining a norm. You are regulating the market by creating an infrastructure, an architecture that competes with what exists. And you're perfectly right. I mean, both of you are right. You are right because the internet is based on, it's probably the only part of the internet that is public, is the protocols, because the public
Commons.
public, exactly.
Commons.
But you are right. But on that public infrastructure, leading US big tech as concentrated dominance. And so the need for DPIs now is to revert this concentration. It is evident, it's quite blatant. And that is why I think that DPIs are, they could be seen, again, once again, word of caution. DPI is not always good or not always bad, but some of the examples could be seen as very good examples to reclaim digital sovereignty. So to reclaim the capability to understand how the technology functions, develop it, and regulate it effectively, which is something that we have, pretty much everyone has lost over the past 20 decades, because how the internet is now regulated is not through our nice laws. I say this with enormous frustration as a lawyer. The way in which the internet is regulated is not the law that I teach to to students. I tell them this is one vector of regulation. Reed Lessig, he was mentioning this 25 years ago, is one of the vectors. Is much more effective through regulate through infrastructure, what Lessig called architecture, but it de facto is what Susan Strange called structural power 30 years ago, or through market incentives, through subsidies and taxation. Why do everyone uses WhatsApp for all communications in the global south? Because it's considered as free. It's a market incentive. If WhatsApp had to be paid $100 per month, no one would use it in the global south. But the way we communicate is regulated by a subsidy that
like most of the infrastructure is actually created privately. I mean, the telecom infrastructure, the power infrastructure, it's all. Let me get David in here, see if he has anything to say at this point. We've kind of left him in the dust.
No, thank you. Thank you for inviting me. So I have two things that I would like to just put on the table. So one maybe interesting fact is from Sweden. And so we have we're using Bank ID, which is digital identity made by the corporation of the big banks in Sweden. It's used by 99.7% of the Swedish adult population, so that is 18 to 67. So it's of course very successful when it comes to usage and adoption. But now the last 3 years we have started work for government issued identity, because we kind of seen that giving away all of the control of the digital identity also creates some issues. Those could be kind of on the kind of security, but also inclusion and also the development actually of infrastructures, because then we are from the public side then in the hands of Bank ID, which is sometimes good because we have a good cooperation, but sometimes it also stifles us a bit. So in my mind, that says that it's not, every situation is different. So it's not possible to kind of have a framework that you kind of adopt to one country. It will differ. yeah,
Okay,
due to the
interesting.
fact where you're coming from. Yeah.
So I'll like to hear more about this bank ID offline. But
Yeah,
let's
the
move
second
now.
part, yes, I also want to say the second part is the what we're doing in EU now with the wallets is that we actually regulate open source, open standards for digital identity, and I think that the digital infrastructures, public infrastructure, if you want to call them that, it's the trigger is really when you kind of make it cross border. Because then you need the interoperability, you need the kind of guardrails and the railroads and all of these things kind of working. And it's really, really hard to do that, even with standardization. We can see that we're different standards and so on. But what we're seeing now in the EU is the regulation of it, and it comes from a open source kind of idea. So I think that is very promising for making these things that you're speaking about, being the kind of digital commons and the possibility to for everyone to kind of have the same set of infrastructure and standards and so on. Yeah.
Okay. I think we're supposed to end at 10:45, so I'm going to ask now for all of you, starting with Jyoti, to provide some wrap-up comments. And I want you to focus in particular on what action items you think the global community should take with respect to this issue. What can we do globally? And Henriette, I will not allow you to say that we should suddenly magically appear with $7 trillion to build broadband infrastructure everywhere. I'm going to have to ask you where that money comes from. But in terms of real feasible action items, what should we do next? Let's start with Jyoti.
So before I come into the action items, just briefly, one big takeaway for me from this conversation, and it's also a question, is that which digital services qualify for the label of digital public infrastructure? Is social media DPI? Is digital identity DPI? What are the values that actually translate into something being labeled as DPI? Does it have to be open standard? Does it have to be public funded for the public part of the public infrastructure to hold? Also, I think another big point of confusion here is that the term infrastructure or architecture, as Luca helpfully referred to, has a certain notion that is already there is a common ground around these ideas, right? What is happening with in the case of India Stack specifically, and maybe DPI more broadly, is that software and applications are being relabeled as infrastructure. And this is a very problematic pathway in my view, because as your digitization and your growth of your digital economy goals keep shifting, you can't keep relabeling things that are agreed upon to suit your strategy and your convenience and to propel you into the global conversation on regulating the internet and digital services. It is a very effective strategy, but it causes confusion, and it will lead to exactly this kind of fragmentation where everybody in various jurisdictions, stakeholders that have a stake or are behind certain projects, see the benefit of labeling their projects as DPI to attract more funding, to attract more mileage, to attract more attention. And we need to be wary of that. In terms of action points that we really need to focus on, I think, unpacking these terms. Are all digital services DPI? What values constitute as public of the DPI label, and what can applications and software become infrastructure? What are the infrastructural dimensions? So can you make digital identity, the Indian digital identity Aadhaar, mandatory for me to engage or access services on the internet? Right now in India, Aadhaar's use by the Supreme Court intervention has been restricted to services that have been paid for by the public fund of India, so our taxpayers' money. But even though that decision is being completely flouted by stakeholders in both private sector and public sector in India, because they see the benefit of pushing digital identity adoption to achieve that scale. So I think drawing the guardrails and working closer to a more narrow, value-driven, precise definition is going to take this in a much more productive direction than the confusion that is currently informing our discussions everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Jyoti. Let's start with Andrea and then just go around the circle, ending with David.
Thanks, Milton. I agree very much with Jyoti. I think digital my understanding, what I think we can do with digital public infrastructure is to look at it as an infrastructure that can be used to enable digitally powered public services and benefit. And I do think a value-based and narrower definition is a good way of looking at it. Milton, maybe those millions and millions of dollars trillions can come from all that enhanced economic growth you're going to get from your protectionist economic policies in the US in the coming 4 years.
Going to get deadly losses from that.
But I absolutely am not going to take physical infrastructure off the table, because unless there is internet infrastructure, internet-enabled digital public infrastructure cannot exist. And the other point I want to make is that DPI is not neutral. DPI and how it's rolled out, how people experience it, will be shaped by the context. An authoritarian regime is going to use DPI to enhance control. A revenue collection focused regime is going to use it to enhance tax collection. And a public services, public benefit oriented regime is going to use it to create more inclusion. And I think we cannot take that out of it. In other words, DPI is not neutral. It's going to rise on and fall in how much inclusion there is, how much oversight there is, and how much public engagement there is. But I do think it's an opportunity to come back to looking at what we mean by internet and digital enabled public services, to go back to all those very fragmented initiatives that emerged from open government, from WISs, which are not connecting at all, and which are in most cases not actually creating more digital equality or digital inclusion. And I think we can use DPI to bring that conversation back to how do we collaborate, how do we integrate to achieve actual benefit for people.
Thank you, Andrea.
Few ideas. First, regarding the cost, you did mention very often the cost. I think that Luca was right to say there is a difference between physical infrastructure and digital public infrastructure. The difference is that basically, first approximation, digital infrastructure are non-arrival goods. You can have a lot of uses without scaling the cost. Of course, you have to pay the servers, etc. I was very impressed in India because basically the cost of Aadhaar is $1 per person. The cost of the French and most European IDs, digital IDs, is $100 by person. So that's not so expensive. And the cost of UPI. So UPI did allow more electronic transactions than US plus China together. And that's basically a set of APIs plus a governance body. That's such inexpensive. So the question you did ask, what should be done now? First, like Luca too, I'm not sure we have a very precise, unified definition for everything. And we have various national approaches. But probably what we should look for should be the minimal viable infrastructure that protects the free internet, the free market, a real democracy. And if you start thinking like this, you can find some answers. And for example, Jyoti, you did ask, should social network be a DPI? I don't think so. But I think that curation algorithm should. We should impose a market with a diversity of curation algorithms. We should not let 3 billion people access to information through one algorithm designed by Mark Zuckerberg, because that's not democratic. So we should use the API movement to impose a variety, to degroup, to impose a variety of algorithms, thanks to one app store for algorithms that social network should have to agree to accept. And we should start learning to think like this. What should be the minimum infrastructure to protect the free internet, to unleash a free market, and to protect democratic feedback? And when you start thinking like this, you find sometimes some maybe not answers, but propositions for answers.
Thank you, Ambassador. We'll go to Loka next, and again, action items, if you can.
So again, I think that there are drawing conclusions from what we have discussed and from what I was trying to convey. There are multiple layers that we should consider in this quite complex situation. First, we should not think that DPI is bad or good, but analyze how it is proposed and how. I'm speaking about the how it emerges as a discussion, because I'm very concerned, for instance, that now IMF is imposing digital identity as a counterpart for having loans, because this is an imposition. It is not something that is emerging as a bottom-up process from the country that wants to develop it and knows how to develop it, but is being imposed and likely adopting another type of technology that does not necessarily fit the specific reality. So you were speaking about Visa and MasterCard being part of the US, let's say, ecosystem that may work very well in the US. But we have also to acknowledge that, I don't know, I'm not an expert in the US, I admit it, and it's not a country I study too much, but every country is very specific. So there is no silver bullet. So if we cannot impose, that is probably the reason why the ITU GovStack does not work very well, because we cannot impose or hope that everyone will magically adopt a fantastic solution. It's much better to bet on the fact that those who are ready and want to do this might be able to develop it. And here my second point, institutions that drive this process are very important. The Brazilian example, I want to stress this, is very special example driven by an institution that, although it is in an emerging developing economy, it's very well resourced, has very good command and control capabilities, and understands systemically how to do this. And they show that the PIX system is a success because they've understood all the layers of complexity, starting from the access, meaningful connectivity, or the lack of meaningful connectivity in Brazil. Because the reason why they postponed WhatsApp payment is because they are well aware that Brazil is not meaningfully connected. 22% of the population has meaningful connectivity. 78% of the population is connected only through WhatsApp and Facebook. So that is a very important point, because if we are investing a lot of money in a digital public infrastructure and everyone will only use Facebook and WhatsApp, we are wasting our money. So we have to think systemically. And last but not least, I think that this also gives a lot of hope to those who have been over, like some of us, for 15 or 20 years speaking about multi-stakeholderism. It's a very good example of how multi-stakeholderism can go beyond nice chats in exotic places and being very outcome-oriented and effective when it is well orchestrated.
So more bottom-up, where it's ready, no top-down.
Understanding the local realities and engaging the stakeholder in the most effective way.
And good, but recognizing that when things evolve in that way, they tend to could be fragmented, right?
Yes, but in this, I mean, they could be fragmented. But if we cannot think that to fight against fragmentation, we impose concentration and accumulation of wealth by only 3 or 4 enormous tech companies that actually are not even taxed as they would be. So if you want to find the money to buy all this, start to tax Google, Facebook, Meta, Amazon, that have reaped enormous benefits since the pandemic, but have never been taxed properly. I mean, there are enormous reports about only Brazil, India, and Indonesia lose $4 billion per year in tax evasion. So if you want to find the money, let me tell you, my friend, you can find it.
4 billion might finance the broadband in 2 cities, but anyway.
But David, I'm not speaking about broadband. David, I speak about software, much cheaper, as Henry was saying.
Yeah,
David,
sure. I think bottom-up approach will give there are already key players here that kind of control most of the environment, so they will effectively control more of the environment if it's only bottom-up. So I think regulation needs to be there, some institutions, but also with I know that ITU libraries and so on may not be fully used as was hoped by some, but I really do like the idea that we have libraries with open standard source code and so on that can be used, because that's also drives innovation and ensures that the civil society, but also the private companies, can look into what's happening at the public sector side, so that the government kind of don't take control of all of the relevant infrastructures. Because I think to develop an inclusive digital infrastructure needs to be cooperative between the private sector, but also needs to be transparent and ensure that everyone with skills can go in there and look what's actually happening. And also, I was surprised that India have excluded their public sector from the data protection side, because that is one thing that I think is working quite well in EU when it comes to ensuring kind of transparency and openness of the data, which is of course what's the most core to the people, their data or data about them. So I would say regulation and kind of openness and providing like tech stacks for everyone to use, and then we will have some players or some areas or nations that will go before the other ones, and hopefully they will do a good job so that the other ones can kind of jump into that train and then we can see kind of interoperable basic infrastructures that people can build up using their kind of natural context to that, and that in itself I hope would enable people to travel more freely, both digital and physical, using their kind of own controlled digital identity, which is the key enabler for most of these things.
Okay, so I just realized that I've totally excluded the audience from the discussion. It's because so much vigorous stuff was going on here, but it was hard to get in, and I'm sure we'd be talking for another hour if I didn't rein them all in. So I would encourage you that if you're here to approach the speakers, take off your headphones and talk to people about some of their ideas. I think we have about 5 minutes.
Minutes.
We have 8 minutes.
7.
7 minutes.
Let's unleash the audience.
All right, here we've got somebody. You'll have to give him a microphone.
Thank you very much. My name is Kashfinua from Nigeria. Quite insightful and interesting conversation. But my question is, why is it's only in the global south we talk about DPI? In the global north, nobody talk about DPI. And looking at how they evolve in terms of building the infrastructure, it's really most what is happening in the enterprises. By having a backbone, and through that backbone they are connecting everyone. So sometimes I just getting confused. Always talk about DPI Global South. Thank you.
So first, I don't think there is such thing as a global south. There is a huge diversity in the south and in the north. But I work on this question for a long time, your question, because so the truth is, as it was said, we have most ancient and complex systems that is working a bit like a DPI. For example, in France, you can buy a baguette with your credit card without paying any fee to anyone. So you don't really need UPI because you have this system. But our system is very ancient with a strong legacy, very expensive, but the need to change is not the same. But as I said, you have X-Road in Estonia, you have France Connect in France, you have pieces of DPI, but they were designed before the DPI movement.
Luca?
Just a quick comment on this, because I think that the Global South has realized that there is a problem. We have been digitally colonized, and I think that the only thing that is in common in the Global South or the global majority, they are extraordinarily diverse countries, but the only thing they have in common, they have been colonies. So they understand when they are colonized again. the global north is used to be the colonizer, and they are not being used to be colonized. Now they are realizing it now. Let me tell you, I was at the European Parliament in September to present the research on digital sovereignty in the BRICS, because now the global north is studying the global south, because there are a lot of things to be learned from India, Brazil, China, South Africa, in terms of how to react to this kind of digital colonialism that is, of course, ongoing, and from which very few countries, I would say only one, is benefiting, and the others are not benefiting at all. So the others have a problem and need to find a solution.
I would want to
Just
challenge.
simply, you are right. We speak about it in the global south because we don't have infrastructure. You don't speak about it as much in the global north because you have infrastructure. I mean, you know what it feels like to go to the Netherlands and they complain that their trains are late. You know, when in South Africa, getting a bus is impossible. You know, so it's a vast difference. And I think that the sad thing is that these conversations replicate during the structural adjustment era when we were trying to invest in public education and public health. We were told by the international financial institutions and the global north, don't let the market do it. When we talked about building broadband capacity, we told by Milton and other people, let the market do it. The market fails to do that. I'm not saying the market is to blame for that. I think there are a whole set of complex factors. But so that's why we keep having these conversations. And I think the challenge is, are our governments having them in the right way, in the most effective way? Are financial institutions responding in the most effective way? But I think it's very clear why we have these conversations. I think we just need to use these conversations better, be more action-oriented and more context-oriented in how we actually try and redress these gaps in infrastructure that we are talking about.
I don't think any of you actually answered his question, which was like, I mean, partly you did. You're saying,
I think
yeah, we don't have infrastructure. None of you have dealt with the question of why they don't. Now, part of it is the legacy of colonialism, and by that I mean real colonialism, not this fake thing called digital colonialism, in which you're simply talking about the advancement of technological capabilities and their extension from the leading countries. But a lot of it is also the fact that your institutions have not allowed for the market development that is possible in other countries, right? You have telecom monopolies still in many African countries, still state-owned telecom monopolies. You have, you know, it's illegal to have voice over IP in many of these countries for a very long time. All the forms of competition and innovation that were enabled by digital technology have frequently been stifled by extremely authoritarian or protectionist governments that will not allow the infrastructure to develop.
I just like to jump in here. I think Yoti has something to say, but I was also going to direct my next question to you, and it builds off of this if you'd like to just take that. I think what he is trying to say and what you were trying to say about the global south differences, I think what we actually have to acknowledge and what we publish in our own research is that these are places called leapfrog regions and that they exist in the global north. You can look at Flint, Michigan. You can look at different parts of Atlanta, New York. There are regions that when COVID hit, we saw that there was not digital public infrastructure in the north as well. And so we need to acknowledge that digital public infrastructure does go across both sides. And so my question would be, I think, when you talk about authoritarian governments and monopolistic telecoms companies, I think what we feel in the global south is that those companies and that structure is not structured by our governments, it's structured by outside forces. And so what can we do as parties in the global south? Like, I come from northern Ethiopia, he comes from Nigeria. I'm not sure where you come from, but you know, but I think what I'm curious about to hear, and Yoti, I'd love to hear you start off, is how do the youth from these places, how do we decide to, like, we'd like to take control of our own infrastructure, and how do we leapfrog past what we see in front of us, because it's highly unfair?
Jyoti, want to go ahead?
Yeah, thank you for these amazing questions from the audience. And I have a very skeptical view of this. To the first gentleman's question as to why we hear this label more from Global South and not so much in Global North, is because the label has actually been developed in the Global South. And, you know, these advanced nations with their advanced technological capabilities are, you know, wary of adopting terms that they have not been involved in directly right from the outset been dictating terms of their development. So it's like it's a little bit coming from geopolitical competition around tech policy, but also, people are wanting to see how this label evolves, what is the impact, and then when they see it is a great success. So to Luca's point, why Gates Foundation or the IMF are now suddenly using these labels once they pick up, once they become popular, and they see the benefits of these labels, they will start using it more. In terms of how do we leapfrog, I want to give an example from India on broadband, actually. So
Jyoti,
when
we're
Reliance,
about to get kicked out of the room. It's 11
two
o'clock,
seconds.
and
So Reliance brought the data rates completely low in India, and everybody clapped and said, this is wonderful. But now, 10 years down the lane, we see that the investment in actual internet infrastructure has dwindled down because there's a monopoly, or there are only two telecom operators in India. So we have to take these decisions carefully. There are always trade-offs involved, and I'm happy to discuss this offline. I don't want to hold anyone in the room. But thank you again for the questions and for all your inputs and for making the time. And to all the panelists and the speakers, thank you again very much for being a part of this.
survey, then a conversation with our panelists, and ending with a Q&A session. Before diving into this conversation with our speaker that I will introduce further later and you, the audience, let us please start with an online survey that will be shared by our online moderator. Can the online moderator share a screen? Yes. Full screen, please. Thank you. So the first question is this. How will the threat landscape for children in the digital world develop over the 4 next years? Just as a reminder, on-site participant can scan the QR code to participate to the survey. First point, it will increase significantly and lead to increased abuse and cybercrime. The threat situation is getting worse. It will increase significantly, but at the same time, children's awareness and knowledge of cybersecurity issues and protection against threats in the digital world will also increase. The threat situation will remain more or less the same. It will increase significantly, but better knowledge and well-developed defense skills, as well as better developed digital skills, will ensure that children can operate more securely in the digital world. In this respect, the threat situation will improve, or I cannot give an estimation. So just let you a couple of minutes to take the survey so that we can view the results all together. And please, do we have the results? The results are coming.
We're still waiting for the results. Just a few seconds, please.
Just a couple of seconds.
I just received them. Give me 1 second to share the graph.
Thank you, Anne.
Okay, let me switch the screen, then I'll be able to share them.
There we go. Thank you. So we now have the results. So 70% of you have responded that it will increase significantly and lead to increased abuse in cybercrime. 33% of you has indicated that it will increase significantly, but at the same time, children awareness and knowledge. My mic is not clear apparently. Can you please fix it? Thank you. That it will increase significantly, but at the same time, children's awareness and knowledge of cybersecurity will increase. C. 32% of you has answered that it will increase significantly, but better knowledge and well-developed defense skills will ensure that children can operate more securely in the digital world. And at least 17% of you cannot give an estimation. So we will run again this survey at the end of the session and see if the result has changed. Thank you very much, Anne. So let's now start with our conversation with our speaker. I'm pleased to have with me today Melodina with us. Brief introduction, Melodina is a professor of innovation and technology governance at Mohammed bin Rashid School of Government in Dubai, UAE. She has 3 decades of senior leadership international experience and consult in strategy, working on policy issue with organizations such as Agile Nations, Council of Europe, and the Dubai Future Foundation. So Melodina, please tell us, in your opinion, what are the main threats, risks, and dangers for children in the digital world? And can you illustrate the negative effects with a few examples? And I will kindly ask you to share Melodina's slides, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me start with just a little question. If I show you this picture, can you tell me where the threat comes? So this is what children play with. Post-pandemic, we went a lot online. And right now we're using gaming as an educational medium. For example, I'll just give you figures. Minecraft has 173 million users, active users. And approximately, if you look at the figures, less than 15-year-olds are 20.6%, but 15 to 21-year-olds. So this is a little bit funny. We don't know what that number is, 15 or 16 years old, is 43%. Let's take another online game, Roblox. 71.5 million users, 2/3 are children, right? And this raises these interesting questions because when I look at this figure, I don't know who's a stranger, who's a bot, what kind of information is getting. And if children online are using VR sets, and they are because parents sometimes let them unsupervised, basically when they play a game, which is approximately 20 minutes, there's 2 million biometric points of data being collected. This may not seem like much, but tomorrow this could be information that could be used for security. So I think the challenge that we have right now, the threats we don't see because we aren't having enough discussions. We're taking a one-sided view. Oh, it's online education and it's developing digital skills. But we're not looking at what might be the security concerns. We're not asking the questions, what happens if children are too long online? And here's another example that I wanted to show you. This is not working. Next slide, please. Could you put the next slide? Oh. Okay, so everything is gone a little bit off. So if I take something like this, there are a lot of age-appropriate codes being developed right now, but there's a little bit of a problem. The Global Online Safety currently showed that 18 to 19-year-olds scored very high on addiction. So that's 1/4 of them, and 18% of 13 to 17-year-olds. They didn't do anything lower, but there are children much smaller. I see babies with iPads who are 3 years and 4 years old because parents want to keep them occupied, right? And then we also see that many of these children have profiles put up, either directly or indirectly. So if a parent puts up a child's profile on Instagram or TikTok, there is data being collected. So we see that there is a problem in this gap. Another interesting thing is when there are crimes that are happening, most likely it's associated with people you know. So it's friends and family. Imagine a child playing online with a friend. They don't know this friend. Physically, the parents have not met them. So you can see how much of that threat increases. And then you add the concept of these non-player characters, which are AI bots. And we recently saw a 14-year-old commit suicide because he fell in love with his AI bot in the US. The bot did not ask him to commit suicide. It said, please join me. And the child assumed that was take a gun and shoot himself. So we see this little bit of, I wouldn't say little bit, horrific consequences of unsupervised online time. Another big challenge that I think is really important is when you look at the standards on how they decide what is allowed for children to play, there is no alignment. So I took this picture across different, it's the same game, and you can see 6-year-old, 7-year-old, 10-year-old, 12-year-old. So we don't have alignments on standards, and there isn't enough education for parents on this. So if I look at all the online harms, and I'm just going to leave that as an impulse, you see there's quite a lot, but I want to talk about things like self-harm, right? We right now find the WHO says the 4th largest cause of death among, and I'm taking 15 to 9-year-olds, is bullying and cyberbullying. Cyberbullying often happens online, and we may not recognize it because it does not result in physical harm, but it results in deep emotional harm. So I think there are challenges when we look at how we want to manage this process. I'm going to leave it there, but we'll leave more for questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Milodina. And what you highlighted is very key, and it shows that there is a need to undertake actions to protect children. And this leads us to our next speaker, which is Elizaveta Beliakova. So very pleased to have you with us, Elizaveta. Elizaveta is the chairperson for the Alliance for the Protection of Children in the Digital Development. And Elizaveta, I wanted to ask you, so you created, you are part of these alliances. What were the motives for founding the Alliance for the Protection of Children in the Digital World? What are the key stakeholders you work with, and what are the goals of your organization? Over to you.
Dear colleagues, good afternoon. I speak Russian because my Russian is most better than English. Sorry. Уважаемые коллеги, добрый день. Я рада всех вас видеть. Спасибо большое за вопрос.
Elizaveta, sorry, I need to interrupt you. I will kindly ask you to speak in English because we do not have translating. We do not have interpreter services here. So for audience, I will kindly ask you to speak in English. Thank you.
My English is not good, but okay. I'm glad to present to you the activity of the Alliance of the Protection of Children in the digital environment. In the inclusive, there has been bridging together Russian largest technologies companies for the years to create this digital for our children. China founded in 2021, the Alliance has been associative working in address the key challenge of the digital age. The Alliance has become the unique platform, then unionized largest company in Russia. It's Laboratory Kaspersky, VK, and many others. One of the most important activities of the creation of the digital liberty, Cifroteka. Education, it is a big education portal. This portal provides children, parents, and teachers with access to cyber risk materials that help develop skills of the protection, agencies digital threats such as psychologists, data breaches, and others. We have also developed kind book risk of the digital environment. It is also a big interesting project of the risk, future risk of others. We also pay special attention to cooperation with the international areas. The activity shares our plans with ONU or BRICS and many other organizations. Let me also, sorry, this is really not Okay. Let me also answer the few questions for the lecture today. First, what is the best way to address children, parents, and teachers? It is important for children to use games and education forms to involve in the education process. Second, how to adapt the learning programs. We believe the programs should also internet interactive, take into also account the psychological characteristic of children of difference and against and the including parental case. And third, how multiplexation dialogue be simulated. We see great potential in the organization, regulation, meeting, workshop, and around the table, bringing together the responsibility of the business, government, and civil society. Thank you for your attention and look forward to the continuing and the protective dialogue. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Elizaveta, for your words. So the contribution that you're doing in this space is very important, and thank you for having shared your experience with us. So let me now turn over Elmedi, who is with us here. Thank you again also for being with us, Elmedi. Quick bio, Elmedi Rousafi is a cybersecurity expert and board member of the Moroccan Center for Polytechnic Research and Innovation, where he plays a key role in advancing cybersecurity initiatives and research. He also is a core contributor to Espace Maroc Cyberconfiance, a national program dedicated to protecting children and vulnerable groups overall in the digital space. So my question to you, Elmedi, is this one. In your opinion and experience, what are the main challenges when it comes to protecting children in the digital space?
Yeah, and thank you. Thanks so much, Gladys. First of all, I would like to thank as well Kaspersky for the invitation and for creating this opportunity to talk about a very important subject. I was really surprised to see the numbers you shared, Melody, and this issue is really getting worse year after year. And as you kindly introduced, our experience in Morocco actually with the EMC, Espace Maroc Cyberconfiance, helped us firsthand see how difficult it is to implement a national program in order to raise awareness around those issues. And I would like to just share some of them. I really think the issue is much bigger than that, but we can summarize them into maybe 3 or 4 challenges. The main challenges, according to what we see, is the speed at which technology evolves. Unfortunately, as well, its misuse. So technology advances at a speed, but we can see that harmful people will use it as well, would use those advances such as AI and deep fakes and those kind of technologies to create more harms, to create more complex harm to combat. So this sophistication really poses a difficulty, both from a regulatory perspective, but as well as technical perspective. And acting quickly is something we are trying to implement as well through the implementation of the helpline to help children, for example, remove content online. We also try to go beyond children. We talk about really weak populations. So in order to act quickly, those target people we are trying to touch needs, and I come to my second challenge, to be aware, right? To be a minimum trained, to be able to detect actually a fraud scenario, I would say, or maybe a cyber threat in the internet realm. So while children are usually digitally savvy, we notice that they are not well trained into the main threats into internet and digital worlds. And equally, parents and educators are also may lack the knowledge, especially the technical knowledge and tools to guide them effectively in this endeavor. So this is the gap we see, and the cyber criminals actually exploit that gap. The third, maybe and final challenge would be the regulatory inconsistency across borders. And I emphasize on the across border. Our experience at EMC is to act locally, but we very quickly found out that we cannot. We are talking about internet, we are talking about internet giants, we are talking about platforms, international platforms. So we had to expand our reach, hence the collaboration with some of our partners like Kaspersky to actually touch and be in contact with the regulatory boards across border. So we are trying, and in Morocco, we've been addressing these challenges through multifaceted approach. I will leave some of those remarks to the next questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, El Mehdi. And I think what you share with us also highlight the need to have this multi-stakeholder approach at the end of the day. So having representative from the civil society, of course, including academia and government, which is key. And this leads me to our next speaker, Ang, who will represent the industry. So Ang, again, also thank you very much for being with us today. Just a quick intro, and then I'll share my question to you. So Ang Lee is Singaporean and a lawyer by training. He's a senior government affair and public policy manager at Kaspersky. Prior to that, he worked at the Singapore's Ministry of Home Affairs as Assistant Director of Technology and Data Policy. And he studied issues at the intersection of law enforcement and technology, including crimes targeting children and cyberbullying. So, Ang, my question to you, why Kaspersky as a cybersecurity company is committed to protecting children in the digital space, and what projects has the company initiated in that regard?
Thank you. Thank you, Gladys, and my fellow esteemed speakers. Maybe let me answer this in two parts, the why and the how. Firstly, the why. I think Melodina and El Mehdi had shared a lot about threats and challenges of protecting children online. I just want to add one more perspective from the vantage point of a cybersecurity company. And why has the online quality of this problem made it particularly difficult and thus relevant to the entire tech industry? So in the physical world, we have special standards for children like child safety seats in the car and warning labels about small parts that could be easily swallowed by a toddler. These are tangible things that you can touch and feel. And if there's a bully at the playground, you know who he or she is and you can see what he or she has done. But the online world gives rise to a different set of behavior, what is called the online disinhibition effect, where individuals behave differently than they would in face-to-face interactions. It is partly because of the anonymity and the lack of accountability that the cyberspace offers, and partly because consequences aren't felt as immediately. And children who often do not have full appreciation of these consequences become particularly susceptible to this effect. Since the mischief here had arisen because of tech, the tech industry is naturally well placed to offer many of the solutions to counter these. Because tech practitioners have a good acumen of trends and designing these into a workable solution. Which brings me to the how. So what are some of the projects that Kaspersky as a company has initiated in this space? The first and foremost that I want to share is in parental control. Many cybersecurity companies have come up with solutions in parental control, and so has Kaspersky. Ours is called Safe Kids, and it's been around for 10 years, having been launched in 2014. This app, when installed on a device, protects children from harmful content. It will interact with search engines and block search requests, and once a week, parents will receive reports on what their child had searched for on the internet. This helps them to better understand their child's interests and to remind them what is suitable for them to search on the internet and what is not. The app also allows web filtering by enabling parents to block adult content, violent sites, and video games. Moving on to usage control, Safe Kids also allows the blocking of inappropriate apps based on the child's age. Parents can set time limits for the usage of the device by scheduling time slots and days off, and the device will also be blocked when the time limit is up. It can be switched off at a given time when the child needs to do their homework or be engaged in other screen-free activities. For how all-rounded this solution is, Safe Kids has received awards from the Independent Assessor AV Test from Germany and also at the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona. Of course, we know that such apps are not completely without controversy, so we've also issued guidelines on whether the installation of the app should be discussed with children and how. For instance, we are suggesting that from the ages of 3 to 6, there is no discussion needed. From 7 to 10, children need to be informed. From 11 to 13, there has to be a discussion. And from 14 to 17, there should also be mutual agreement. This is where tech really intersects with policy. So Kaspersky work also extends into thought leadership and education programs, engaging even parents and teachers who need to be equipped with the knowledge about cyber threats to make fully informed decisions about what is best for their child. On that front, Kaspersky has been conducting events to promote cyber hygiene habits, and in 2023 alone, we did 107 events, reaching out to some 700,000 people around the world. What we really sought to do is to share some of our findings on threats and make them actionable for parents and teachers, like anti-hacking, protecting children's privacy, identifying indicators of cyberbullying, and helping children become more resilient when digital devices become a norm. Kaspersky has also published children's books on good cyber hygiene habits. One of them launched this year is called Cybersecurity Alphabet, where we are teaching A to Z. But here, A is for authentication, B is for backup, C is for capture, and D is for digital footprint. It is a profound reflection of the world that we live in today and how fast changes are happening, because I don't think even adults may know all of these words. So I encourage everyone to download a copy. There are limited physical copies, which I think Gladys has also been distributing at our booth at IGF. Of course, there are still many other initiatives like a joint study with the UAE government on children's online habits and a white paper written with the Singapore Institute of Technology on motivations for safe online behavior. These initiatives allow us as a cybersecurity company to contribute to the ecosystem as practitioners with real stories to share that is backed by data. But given the limited time, I won't be able to go into the details of many of these initiatives. I'll be happy to share more about these later on in questions, as well as during the interaction session with the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eng, for this comprehensive overview of the action led by Kaspersky. As you're saying, there's a need to have this conversation from the get-go with children. So now moving on to sort of conversation that I want to have with all of you panelists. So Almedia, you referred later to risks that are coming up with AI. So I will address this question to Melodina and Eng, but AI is often exploited by cyber criminals to harm children via deepfakes, as you mentioned, Almedia, or text that look convincingly real. What can the different stakeholder groups do to counter this danger and mitigate risks? So I will kindly ask Melodina to share your insight, then Eng, and yes, thank you.
So I think the first thing is to know how many pictures it takes to make a deep fake. And you could do that with one. How much a voice recording, 15 minutes. Then think about where all children's voices are being recorded or pictures are being put up. And this is schools put up children's pictures online because they're like, this is my new class. We use platforms like learning platforms where we record things, but we never ask the questions, what happens to these recordings? Are these recordings with the platforms? What are the safety things? Because there's constantly training. I mean, Zoom is currently now training on the recordings that are there. The problem is the large companies may choose, and I don't know yet because I don't have clarity, not to share the information, but there are many, many educational apps. And who's vetting them? And we know apps fail very quickly. You need a minimum user, kind of 50 million users, otherwise you're not going to be successful. When they die, what happens to the data that the teachers have used to keep the kids engaged? And we don't have answers because no one's vetting them. No one's asking these questions. So I think the problem with deepfakes, it's very easy to make, And we need a whole of society responsibility, but we need regulators to get onto this too. We need ministries of education to perhaps vet apps and say, these are approved, these are not approved, and also monitor them, because if they fail, make sure their data is not leaked. If you look at the deep web, one of the biggest challenges is child pornography. The children that are being trafficked there are synthesized. They take real pictures and superimpose them on compromising pictures. Imagine that child growing up and being confronted with a picture that's a deep fake. What will be the psychological damage for that child years later when they're trying to get a job or anything else? We do not have an idea how this will evolve in the future, but it's a little bit scary, and I am worried for the children.
Likewise, Melodina. Hank, could you share your thoughts on that as well, please?
Certainly. I think let me divide it into a few parts once again. So it's really the people, the process, the technology. The people here would really need to gain the kind of awareness and education as to what kind of threats children are facing. In terms of policy, we have examples, very recent, in fact, from Australia. I think many of you might have read in the news that Australia is going to become the first country in the world which intends to ban children under the age of 16 from using social media. It is, in fact, the world's most restrictive regime so far. But there are also questions about how this is going to be enforced. How do you ensure that children under 16 don't have access to the social media? Because there are age limits for alcohol, but that doesn't stop children under the age of 18 or 21 or whichever age limit there is from getting alcohol in different countries. So enforcement can be a problem. And then, of course, there is technology, which I think, once again, coming from a tech company, I feel that the value of what a tech company can contribute is practitioner experience, the understanding of what the latest threats are and how to guard against them. Since we're on the topic of AI, Melodina has shared a lot about how easy it is to create a deep fake, just 15 seconds of voice and just one picture. And AI is actually making it easier to groom children as well. Just imagine if adults can fall for deep fake, what more would it be for children? And the kind of grooming also comes in the form of conversations where the child could think that he or she is talking to a friend who is playing an online game, but it could well be a bot which is being programmed to gather some of the personal data. And these have long-lasting effects. I'll just cite one example. If we have a bot which is collecting conversation very casually with a child, asking, what is your blood type? And the child takes it as a very innocuous question, answers it. And this is something that stays on the internet forever because it is pretty unlikely that the child's blood type is going to change. So on the internet or on the dark web database, whatever blood type this person has remains on the internet forever. So this is actually quite a sobering thought, which if you think about the kind of damage that online gaming modules and together with AI can create. So tech companies need to guard against these, to flag these out as early as possible whenever they come across these new threats. And coming from wearing my hat as a regulator previously from the Singapore Ministry of Home Affairs, I also think that there needs to be an enlightened approach when it comes to regulations to ensure the balance between consumers, protection, and innovation. Try not to jump into any new threat that emerges. Start with broad principles, guidelines, rather than a very blunt question like, how do we regulate ChatGPT? Yeah. So I think the kind of balance from regulators, contributions from tech companies are essential to create an ecosystem that's safe for children. Thank you.
Thank you, Veng. Absolutely. And when you're mentioning guidelines, we can see here that it's about an ecosystem, really. So we're talking about children, but there is a need to also address parents and teachers, which leads me to my next question that I will address to Elisabetta and Elmedi. What is the best way to address children, parents, and teachers? And how can curricula be adapted to create sufficient, appropriate cybersecurity offerings? So, Elisabetta, please, I know that you answered some of the question earlier, but if you want to perhaps add some more comments to that. Elisabetta, are you with us? No, perhaps let's start with you, Elmedi, if you can answer this question, please.
Sure. So if I got the question right, we are talking about how to actually address children, parents, educators, and all the stakeholders. And of course, different targets would require different approaches. And first of all, let's talk about children. So what we noticed is that effective curricula are actually gamified. So would like or we would want to create interactive experiences while we teach children. We don't want to have a strict technical curricula. We want to get engagement. So remember, we said that one of the challenges is to get children trained, able to spot threats and alarms. So the easiest way and the most effective way would be to create gamified curriculas. We tried that through our subsections of EMC Youth, where we created actually games on internet and such kind of interactive experiences to get as many children engaged as possible. Now, for parents, the focus should be on practicality, right? So the guidance with parents needs to be ongoing, and it needs to be helping parents be equipped really to protect their children. And this is again due to the pace of technology. So when we talk with parents, and us included, talking about our generation, we start feeling that technology is actually, far ahead of us. So we actually need practical guidance. We need to understand. I understood Roblox from my daughter, and it took me some time to understand the threats behind that. So it's really very interesting to see how this pace and how parents sometimes feel lost. So again, at EMC, we created guides, practical guides for parents. Now, we need also to think about teachers, right? Because we think that peer-based and structured learning is also important when it comes to cybersecurity. So teacher would play a crucial role, and they are in constant contact with children. Us as an NGO, we are not as often with children as teachers and parents would be. So teachers, the curricula would need to be very specific cybersecurity curricula that aligns with their teaching objectives. So depending on which level we are talking, which kind of school, etc. So again, equip them with foundational cybersecurity skills. And it is essential, again, to make it practical. We don't want to have only theory on that. And I think part of your question is how to adapt the curricula. So the module should be actually part of standard education. Ideally, we want to have from an early age something evolving into more complexity as the child will grow in different levels. It can be like digital safety weeks, for example. This is some of the initiatives we have been doing, or online hygiene session. So we had that as well done with some of the classes. And again, it involves developing age-appropriate resources. So the key is to adapt curricula to every audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elmedi. I saw that Elisabetta was with us a couple of seconds ago. Elisabetta, are you back? Okay. No, so let us move then to the next question that I will address to Heng and Elisabetta as well, if she's back. Heng, how can a multi-stakeholder dialogue and cooperation on online child protection on national and regional level be stimulated?
Thank you, Gladys, for the question. I think it really needs to start from the recognition that the problem cannot be faced or solved by any single stakeholder. because no one will have all the answers to this problem, given the complexity of it, involving regulators, tech companies, parents, teachers. So that humility and understanding that it needs to be some all hands on deck. It needs to start with that understanding. And also, there needs to be a recognition that this problem is not something that's confined to a certain country. So whenever we see a case of something very alarming happening in another country, that could soon be on our shores very quickly. So that dialogue gives the urgency of this problem, really gives the impetus to put together a dialogue that is very specific to this problem. And instances like the workshop that we're having today is an example of how we're coming together to influence policy at a national level, because we have regulators sitting with us today. We have government representatives who can take these ideas back. It's a cross-pollination of ideas, not just from the industry, but also from people who have done it before, practitioners, NGOs, and academics like Melodina, giving very good ideas on how we can shape a balanced approach to regulating content on the internet that can protect children. And some of the examples of what have been thematic discussions in the past would be such as the World Anti-Bullying Forum, where I think the example I raised just now about online disinhibition, in fact, had been widely discussed. And also there's a Safer Internet Forum that's done by the EU. I don't know whether there's going to be another repetition of it, but instances like this really allows people to sit together and learn what is it that has succeeded or failed, especially instances which have failed, so that we know how to draft laws in a way that avoids these pitfalls. And the example, finally coming to the example I talked about just now, about how health data are becoming very crucial, about how blood types could be, data about blood types could be taken out from game modules. This is something that I think even health authorities from around the world could be interested in. So, especially for children, because adults may understand the importance of keeping health data close to themselves, but children may not. And they could see it as, oh, I'm just sharing it to see if I'm making a good friend. Or they look at it in terms of whether I'm just sharing my horoscope. There's nothing wrong with it. So that awareness and education, once again, has to be present across different verticals, healthcare being one of them. So I think the involvement of different verticals, and I don't have a comprehensive list of what these verticals may be yet, but as and when there are new challenges that are targeted at them, they should be involved in this conversation. I think as a start, that would be a good approach to understanding who is it that we need to gather for these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ang, for these thoughts. And this give us the opportunity also to open the floor for some comments and questions. And I've seen that we have a request from the Ministry of Education. Could we please give open mic to Mr. Andrei Gorobets? It's online, right? It's online.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you, sir.
Can you turn on mic of our translator, Margarita Yurova? I can speak in Russian, and he translate.
But if I would kindly ask you to speak in English because we do not have interpretation.
Online.
Okay.
I will translate in online. You can turn for her a microphone. And Margarita Yurova.
Okay, we have someone in the audience that can translate in Russian.
Я помогу. I will translate from the audience here.
Please go ahead, sir.
Спасибо большое. Я поддерживаю коллег. Вопрос цифры в образовании достаточно важен, и во всех государствах он рассматривается как один из основных трендов развития.
So I'm supporting colleagues. The issue of how to deal with digital challenges is one of the key one, not only for Russian Federation, Russian government, but for other governments across the world. It's a very important issue.
И основная задача, которую мы должны рассмотреть и обратить внимание, что в первую очередь все наши действия должны быть направлены на развитие знаний, навыков и умений у наших детей.
We believe that our key goal is to focus on new skills development, new competences for our kids to adapt to the new digital challenges.
И как раз новые технические средства, информационные средства должны способствовать этому, а не подавлять эти направления.
And we believe that new technologies, new technological instruments needs to be instrumental and helpful, and not to stop, not to be showstopper.
И в первую очередь российское правительство, российское государство уделяет внимание о том, что вопросы безопасности, первостепенной безопасности, должны быть совмещены и комплексно рассматриваться как педагогические вопросы и психологического развития, в том числе наших детей.
And we believe that we need to address the issue holistically, and cybersecurity issues, challenges has to go along with psychological and educational goals and tactics. So it all has to be in one to address holistically.
И важнейший момент, на который надо обратить внимание нам всем, коллеги, это взаимодействие между государствами в части защиты наших детей, потому что трансграничная угроза, трансграничные взаимодействия влияют на нашу работу в первую очередь сейчас.
And we also need to pay attention to cooperation, multi-stakeholder cooperation between governments, because the trans-border issues are there, and cooperation needs to be improved to address kids' safety goals.
И сейчас, как один из направлений развития безопасности, детской безопасности, мы работаем на 3 уровнях.
To address kids' safety, we are working on 3 levels.
Первый уровень – это как раз техническая безопасность, когда на устройствах у детей, которые они используют, должны быть механизмы блокировки постороннего плохого контента.
So first level is technological level, to ensure that devices kids using are protected from harms, from unwanted content, threats, etc.
Второй момент – это развитие технических средств в виде программного обеспечения, позволяющих нам обеспечить как раз проверку тех программных продуктов, того контента, который применяется детьми или в интересах детей.
Second level is software level, to ensure that devices equipped with software who are checking the content.
И верхний уровень – это, конечно, содержание, то, на что мы должны обратить пристальное внимание, потому что в содержании как раз находятся те важные моменты развития наших детей, которые мы должны в первую очередь контролировать и в первую очередь обезопасить от этого, от постороннего, соответственно, вреда в них.
And the third level is content level, substance level, like to ensure that what kids consume is safe, is curated for their development.
Коллеги уже сказали о том, что чат GPT и любой другой искусственный интеллект, который внедряется в образование, влечет высокие риски. Да, мы с этим согласны.
Colleagues already mentioned that ChatGPT, generative AI, has also risks, and we agree with this.
Но мы должны понять, что это новые технологии можно использовать, и мы уже это применяем в работе, в том числе для развития навыков, знаний и умений, которые позволяют правильно учителю построить свой урок с использованием этих технологий.
But we need to admit that it's also like generative AI, ChatGPT also instrumental in terms of teaching kids, and they can be used for good in educational process.
И задача государства проверить и предоставить в руки учителя такой механизм, который он мог бы пользоваться безопасно.
And the role of the government is to equip teachers with the technologies which can be embedded in safe way for the educational process.
И мы все вместе должны работать над тем, чтобы такие механизмы применялись в образовании по всему миру.
And we need all together work on the common goal of equipping schools, universities with the good modern technologies for the modern education.
Thank you, colleagues.
Spасибо.
Thank you. Thank you, Julia, for translating. Thank you, Mr. Garbett. So giving the floor to the audience. So I'll please ask you to share your name, organization, and share who the question is addressed to. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And my name is Arda Gerkens. I am the president of the regulatory body on terrorist content and child sexual abuse material online in the Netherlands. And what I wanted to address, and I'm sorry, I don't know all the names of the panelists sitting around here, but I'd like to ask, and the lady and the sir from Morocco. We found that the modus operandi of perpetrators reaching out to children for either for radicalization as well as for grooming is the same. So they use the same pattern for a different crime, meaning that the most vulnerable children, one of you mentioned that, is even more at stake in the online environment. And I must say, I'm kind of disappointed because I was hoping this room was packed today, because this is one of the most threatening subjects we have online at the moment. And I don't think we're doing enough. We keep talking about it but at the same time, the big tech is just over our shoulders and not protecting our children enough. So my question would be, you mentioned it, I believe, but how do you envisage a regulator or regulatory body to be able to put more regulation online to protect our children if you know that it's for the perpetrators just another easy crime?
Thank you. Perhaps Elizabeth, Melody, now I'll ask you to answer this question first.
So your question was what should we do for more regulations, if I'm correct? Mm-hmm. Okay, so there is, I think, a literacy gap. And this is not only at societal level, but at also regulatory levels. We're not understanding and even with engineers. So I'm also working with big tech. I work with IEEE. Even engineers don't understand the consequences of designing code. Startup founders, they mean to change the world for the better, but the moment is when you're embedded in 50,000 devices and you don't have the safe calls or the protocols, or there is somebody who says, where's my money because I've invested 50 million, I need. Shareholders do the same thing on the stock market. So the issue is really a very large literacy issue and the scale. And I think you mentioned that too. So I'll just give you this example. It took 68 years for airplanes to reach 50 million customers, but it took Pokemon Go 19 days. There is no regulator in the world that reacts in 19 days. So we are far behind. What we need is a public sector that is thinking 20 years ahead of the private sector, which is not the case right now. Right. So what can we do right now? I think we need to make hard no-go areas. Does a child who's 5 years old need to be exposed to the internet and have a mobile? Should that child have the right to childhood right now and just exploring simple things, learning how to read, looking at books? I don't think books are bad. When you talk to psychologists, they say reading in books is a slow process, but it helps their brain develop differently than online stuff, gamified stuff does. So we need a lot more research funding going into these areas. We need stricter penalties on what is a crime online. I don't think that is very transparently clear, and it's very difficult to collect criminals in another apprehend criminals, make them accountable if they're in another jurisdiction. So we do need a lot more coordination for apprehension of criminals, a lot more transparency on what is criminals. And I want to come back to cyberbullying for this. A lot of children bully children and it would be considered a crime. They don't know better. They think it's okay to put a face on something else and it's fine. So I agree with you. Grooming is the same. With AI, it's easy. You're basically mirroring a child. So if a child smiles, you smile back at it. The child develops trust. And therefore, if you say, it's bath time, the child will do whatever needs to be done and the camera's on. So it is very difficult to catch unless parents have a rule that no kid should be on the computer unsupervised. We assume if it's at home, it's fine. So it's a literacy issue, I think.
Thank you, Miladina. Elmedi, a couple of comments on that, please.
I would comment from the NGO perspective, and some of the work we do in Morocco is actually with partners and regulators, whether it is telecom regulators, data privacy regulators, are actually partners. So one very important point is to have the common goal, is to align everyone on a shared objective, because this issue has been taken from different perspectives. Us as technical people, we would, as researchers, we would look into the technicality of it and try to come up with standards and big compliance items to be checked. Whereas from the regulator, those are more into, I would say, policy making, more into protecting end customer. So we need this shared goal and we need to understand the pain point of each other. So collaboration is key. We don't need to have multiple initiatives here and there. We need to have focus and we need to have collaboration. I would comment from that point alone, because I think we won some months, maybe not years ahead, but months ahead, when we worked since day one in a collaborative manner.
Thank you, Elmedi. And perhaps since we also have Ang with us, and I know that Kaspersky is closely working with regulator, could you please share the perspective from the industry?
Certainly. Maybe I'll just share from my region, which is in Asia Pacific. I think when it comes to regulations and how we respond, like what Melodina rightly pointed out, there is no regulator in the world who could be responding to a challenge like this of this magnitude in 19 days. So in my home country of Singapore, there have been different outfits that's being set up to respond to new challenges that are emerging. So for example, an issue like child safety will straddle across a few ministries. In public security, the police might come into it, the internet regulators might come into it, the social affairs people might want a hand in it. So the latest problem to enjoy such an outfit is something like the protection from falsehood. So there is a dedicated office called the Protection from Falsehood Office in Singapore. And if
can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, it's wrong with your mic.
Can you hear me now?
I don't.
I am not hearing you very well. It's very choppy on your end.
And I'm here to check if it's better.
Can you say something again? Gladys, are you saying anything?
Yes. No, sorry. There is some issue. Online you can hear him great. So it's here actually. It's on site.
Okay.
The issues comes
Yeah.
from on site. So I think what we will do is while we're fixing this issue, we'll give the floor to another question and then I'll come back to you once we are fixed, because online they can hear you, but I believe that we're having issue with the.
Okay. Do you want me to continue? Because I kind of
No,
hear you.
now it works. Now it works. So
Okay,
please go ahead and then
perfect.
we will take your question afterward, the question from the audience. Please go ahead.
Sure. I was talking about how there are different outfits that are being set up for specific purposes in Singapore, like the Protection from Falsehood Office, the anti-scam commands. So have we come to a time when we need a child protection authority for online content? And how does that overlap with existing outfits which are in the physical space for child protection? And what is the qualitative difference other than online disinhibition that warrants such an outfit? These are all problems that we need to think about from a regulatory perspective. And it's tempting to think about how we answer questions in terms of let's have a new team of people doing it. But are the people who are staffing such a new outfit sufficiently equipped with the response skill sets to understand this is an upcoming trend that needs to be addressed? This is something that will happen no matter whether you regulate it or not. So I think that acumen has to be gained over time. So there is really no easy answer to this. But the shape and form that outfit could take is something that we could probably start thinking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Hang. So we will take one question from the on-site audience, and then we will have a question from the online audience. Could you please give the mic to the young man over there? Thank you. Please share your. Yes, we can hear you. I will kindly ask you to share your name, organization, and who you address the question to.
Yeah,
Thank
okay.
you.
So I'm Ethan from Hong Kong, and I'm the youth ambassador of the One Power Foundation. So basically, I'm asking this question to every one of you. So in Hong Kong, specifically, I guess, many parents try to protect their children from internet by physical ways, like banning their children from using phones, or maybe banning them from going to the contacting the internet before not 5 years old that you mentioned, but actually 12 years old or below. They are not able to use phones because of some kind of parents problem. And I'm just wondering, because I've only heard perspective from teachers, parents, and my peers that this way, because they comment on this kind of ways of protecting children's. And I wanna hear from different perspective that comments on this way. So will banning children from using mobile phone, or maybe banning children from using the internet, a effective way, or maybe a suitable way for them to not being cyberbullied, or maybe be like insecurity in the internet? Yeah, that's a question.
Thank you. Melodina, please go ahead.
So I think the technology is here to stay. I don't think banning alone is good enough, because we have to teach people how to use the technology safely. And so it's a dual problem. We have to educate 8 billion people of the world. 30% are still not online. We need to educate everyone online. We need to educate parents as their children grow, and as new technologies come, how to use that. And we have to educate children. And I want to give you this one example. I was working for a company, and we were trying to look at preventing bullying and harassment on an online game. And everything we did, we parents came, and a lot of us were adults, so we came together and we looked at cyber tools, we looked at content moderators, we looked at algorithms, we looked at AI bots. But the thing is, the children were still accessing it because somebody's parents' friend allowed them to use it. So I don't think banning actually works, correct? The children, whatever's banned, they want to find a way to use it. So the kids were still finding ways to do that. And then I decided to interview a little boy who was 7 years old. And I asked him, how do you know it's a stranger on Minecraft? And we had all these answers as parents, but he said something very simple. If that is my friend, they go to my school, they will know what I ate for lunch. So the first question I ask them is, what did I have for lunch yesterday? What happened in school in this class? And if they don't know that answer, I don't play with them. And I thought this was not something I would never have come up myself, but we also need to involve, and I'm very happy you're here, we need to involve the children in this dialogue because they may have answers, because I'm not playing on the ground. I'm not comfortable with that thing. So thank you for asking that.
Thank you, Melodina. Elmedi, a couple of comments on that?
Yeah, I think everything has been said. I would just say that this method of forbidding to children might seem to be effective, but what we notice talking to children and parents is that there is a more effective way, which is to actually build trust with your child as a parent or as an educator. The child needs to trust you enough to be able to come forward if he's being harassed or if he's being bullied on the internet without fear of reprisal or without fear of punishment. So open communication is key. We advise technology will also, is very fast, and children will get access to technology. Banishing access to the device itself might not be effective in our current world. So open communication is key, and building trust with your child so that everything can be said, in an open manner. That's our advice.
Thank you, Elmedi. Ang, do you have brief comments from industry perspective?
Yes. Thank you for the question. I'm very happy to answer it. Having lived in Hong Kong myself, I'm going to start with a Cantonese answer, which is 世界潮流浩浩蕩蕩，順之者昌，逆之者亡. So in short, it really means there are trends in the world that we can't really disobey. And like what Melodina says, I agree with her that the tech is here to stay. Which is why, going back to what I mentioned just now about the guidelines for safe kids, when we interact with parents on whether or not to tell them or to discuss with the children before they install safe kids on their children's phone apps. We're saying that for the younger children, maybe there's no discussion needed. At a certain age, there needs to be information about where am I doing this for, so that it doesn't have to be a very prolonged kind of information, just that there is an app that I'm installing to protect you. But at some point in time, you realize that especially by 14 to 17, our guidance has changed to you must get the children's permission before you install the app, because we also recognize that you can probably install the app, but the children they are also wise enough to know how to uninstall the app from their phone. They could even be reinstalling it every day before they come home. Or they could have a different phone altogether for their day-to-day interaction and a dummy one just to show the parents. So there is really no hard and fast or blunt way of solving the problem itself. But I think that constant communication to maintain trust between parents and children, rather than a blanket ban, will be something that is more effective and sustainable. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ang, for your answer. Now, perhaps turning to our online audience to check whether or not there's a question. Anne, please.
Yeah, there is one question, and it comes from Jochen Michels, who is the head of Public Affairs Europe at Kaspersky. And this question goes to Melodina and Elmedi, please. So the question is, how can the different competencies of the various stakeholders be brought together to ensure better protection, good and sufficient training, and appropriate solutions for children, parents, teachers, and other stakeholders? And should this start at a local level and then be expanded regionally and globally?
Thank you. And I'll kindly ask Elmedi to answer first.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I think that it's a problem for everyone. So again, we are emphasizing on cooperation. So every stakeholder will bring something to the table. Regulators will state as I said, common objectives, I would say, and those big ethicals, I would say, guidelines. NGOs will help to touch the ground. We believe in the NGO work. We think it's very effective. Vendors will provide as well technical solutions, technical responses. Educators, academia will provide the research, oversight, early warnings. Those years ahead, we need it's actually needed from research, and we need to be, aiming for the best. We really need to be looking forward and having those years ahead. So everyone can collaborate to actually build a common, I would say, strategy. So acting locally is very important. This is where we touch. This is where we also take in consideration local points, such as the one we just heard. So locally it's very important, but we need to open those channels of communications. One example would be, for example, AI regulation. This is a big subject and cannot be local. This is a global issue, and it needs to have a global regulation. It needs to have global guidelines. So acting again in the spirit of collaborations, let me just share that we work with those big tech companies like Meta and TikTok, and to open this channel of communications, to be able to, as a partner of trust, they call us, to be able to report content so that they remove it maybe quicker than on a regular basis. Collaboration, and hopefully we get there with the help of everyone.
Thank you. I agree with everything you said. I just want to talk about competencies. One from government political will. That means this ruthlessness that I will ensure the child is safe. And what does it mean, safe? So I want political will from governments. From industry, I want, alignment on values. What does it mean when I say for good? So this alignment on values across all industry. From society, we want a reflection of culture. I have to say that we have different sorts of culture all around the world, and I would like that to be there. So for me, for example, a child is not just below 14 years of age. I would think a child is 18 or 19 or 20. So maybe the way I look at the child is slightly different than maybe somebody in Europe does. So I want that also, those nuances of culture to be there. And from researchers tend to publish research either for something or against something. I think we have now evolved enough. I would like them to publish both for some of what is harmful, what could be some of the goods. Thank you. Thank you, Melodina, for this answer. Perhaps checking from the audience on site. Do you have any questions? We do have questions from the audience. Can someone share a mic, please? So one question. Okay. Okay, after. Please name, organization, and who you address this question to, please.
Hello. I'm Grace from the Pan-African Youth Ambassadors for Internet Governance. Yes, so I come from Uganda, where awareness about online risks is very low. So my question is addressed to anyone who can answer. So I'd like to maybe have campaigns. How can I collaborate with any of you to raise these campaigns and let people know about online child protection?
Thank you. Perhaps this question, I will address it to El Mehdi, who can share his concrete experience and share some of the best practices that Espace Maroc Cyberconfiance has been doing.
Yeah, sure. So again, and I'll profit from this question to also share some best practices. So I talked about common goals. I think clearly here we share common goals, but one very effective way to work and to start such campaigns would be to work by small focused work streams. We call them task force. So let's get all our partners. So we have a team who will get there and contact every stakeholder partner, whether from the public sector or the private sector. we go in the field, we produce a project, we work in a project mode, and we build those task force. So, and if, for example, you would like to build this kind of campaign, I would suggest that first you list the stakeholder. The list who in the local area is actually able to support that project. For example, regulators, telecom operators, IT companies, and maybe also ministries of education. So those kind of stakeholders, we need to contact them to build this kind of partnership. Coming from the NGO world, it also gives you a kind of a trusting, I would say, hat, because you are willing to work basically for your profit, to give from your time. And as young people, I believe this is very important. This is part of your education. So a portion of your time should go toward that work, to build them trust. And then, as I said, working in small teams. Okay, we want to build a campaign towards schools. We need someone from the ministry. We need someone from the education to build the content. We need some experts. And from my experience, I know we are in the same continent, and I know how generous African people are. So whenever we talk about an opportunity or a project, we get more participants that we initially anticipated. So we end up with a very good problem to have is how to filter relevant people in the work stream. So again, you can go through partners, and I trust people will hear you. But similarly, we will share our credentials as well. We'll be very happy to open this collaboration and discussions with your organization.
Sorry if I chip in. For the online audience, the sound quality got really bad at the moment. The online audience can't hear.
This one is related to what the way suggested. But the second is that
Yes, is there anyone speaking on site? I echo N's comment. We cannot hear anything.
Countries, the digital is still like a new sector. And that's what allows the economy to grow. Sometimes, like from the regulator, things we can have, like we can solutions, maybe it's a solution about to education.
Like, but for them, they're very what is paramount is also to make money out of this, and the government also is picking like some taxes on that, and so it's becoming now very tough to address such issues like in a way of let's say a policy way. So maybe the easy way to come up with the issue is now to bring about some solutions, some experiences from abroad, from maybe other countries whereby proven solutions have been found. But now, all what we notice is also from the content creators. Sometimes, because we are calling upon local content, now local content creators are not really skilled.
There's no sound in the Zoom room
anymore. Now they're solving the issue. There is no sound in the Zoom room, apparently.
Okay. Yes, I was saying like another issue, the part of the issue is lying at the content creator wise, because they are not really skilled, they are not really aware of educational curricula prerequisites See, for them, it's just to have the solution, to have something like a material, something on the hand that they can share and they can maybe sell out. So now, what I can suggest, like from this workshop, is that to allow us, as we are coming from such countries, to allow us to have a proper way of bringing about awareness to the public, to those children at schools, because some of them, maybe the school they are going to is not very equipped, but they are finding they are coming across the devices out there, just maybe at a friend's place, and so now the only way to save those children is to bring about some programs such as what we were talking about from some of those kind of experiences, so that they be aware and they be willing to say no to those who come to bully them and yes. Now, this is kind of collaboration I can ask for to whoever can bring his expertise.
Thank you very much for sharing that. And I believe Elmedi is a concrete example of the partnership that we have with the civil society. So please do not hesitate to talk to him. We also have a booth, so very happy to have you there and discuss further. So we'll take a last question, please, before the next service. So please
Thank
name.
you. Thank you for giving me the floor. My name is Jutta Kroll. I'm a child rights advocate from the German Digital Opportunities Foundation. I just wanted to mention that what Melodina said about age of children pretty much resonates with me, because we have these cultural nuances, but we also have the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, which defines everyone under the age of 18 is a child. And with regard to all the questions that we've been discussing, I would like to refer to the principle of the evolving capacities of the child. So it's not a matter of exact age of whether a child is 12, 13 or 16. It's about their evolving capacities. And I also would like to go back to Grace's question, because in 2021, the United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child adopted General Command number 25 in regard of children's rights in the digital environment. And this is the document that you can base all these questions, whether there will be education. The states that have ratified the UN Convention are obliged also to implement the rights of the child in the digital environment. So when you're asking for training for digital literacy and for cooperation, you can go to your state government and say, hey, you have ratified the UN Convention, and here is the basis. You are obliged to do something for the young generation to make their rights come true in the digital environment. So I think it's kind of groundbreaking that we have a document from the United Nations where you can base child online safety, but all their rights to provision and participation. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much for your comments. So we're entering now the end of our session. So before closing, we will run out again the survey. So Anne, I'll kindly ask you to share the slide. So it's the same question, see that it has evolved. So I kindly ask the on-site participant to scan the QR code and participate in the survey, and then we'll review the result afterwards. So just a couple of minutes so that everyone can take the survey and that also our online moderators can share the results. And it will also be the opportunity to see if the answers have changed after the session.
So we have received the results.
Okay.
Just give me one
Excellent.
second to change the screen
Thank
and
you,
show the
Anne.
results. Can you see the results now?
Oh, yes. So we have seen that the results have changed quite a bit. So now, actually, more of you think that the threat will increase significantly and lead to increased abuse and cybercrime, that the situation will get worse. Both on the A and the B aspect, but nonetheless, also more of you believe that the awareness and the knowledge of cybersecurity issues and protection against threats in the digital world will increase. And also 40%. So now we've moved a little bit from 32 to 40% of those of you believe that better knowledge and well-developed defense skills, as well as better developed digital skills, will ensure that children can cooperate more securely. And actually, less of you are uncertain. So we're seeing that after the workshop, the results have evolved a little bit. So I would like now to kindly thank our speakers for their contribution. Thank you, Ang. Thank you, Melodina. Thank you, Almedi, and also Elisabetta, which was with us. Thanks to the audience for the great contribution that you shared regarding this topic. And I also like to thank Anna, who was our online moderator. And please let us continue the conversation. Can we will discuss this app. Okay, we will share about that, but let me just conclude the session and then we can take the conversation together. So I would like to thank you all for participating in the session and please let us continue the conversation together. Thank you.
Hello, hello? Yeah. Hello? 1, 2, 1. No, it's okay? Is it okay? Okay. The first one? It's okay? Oh. Yeah, I think, yeah. I check speakers, speakers online. Just проверь, спикеры в онлайне готовы. Yeah, dear colleagues, do you hear me? Is it okay? Yeah, okay. Dear colleagues, members of the IGF community, it's a pleasure for me to be here, to be with us, your company, once again, the fourth time in my career. I would also like to thank the hosting country of Saudi Arabia for organizing the forum at such a magnificent venue. My name is Vasily Zudin. I represent the Center for Global IT Cooperation, a Moscow-based organization which aims to foster valuable ICT connections across continent for a brighter and more just digital future for all of us. We annually contribute to the activities of the IGF and also operate as an NRI actor, hosting Russia IGF and its youth version since 2021. Voice of expert community, representative of the government sector, private business and youth are therefore of great significance to us. It is our aim, after all, to build bridges of IT cooperation and promote new approaches to internet governance. Today we have a list of highly experienced, renowned experts with us on the panel who hopefully share their versions of the digital technological world after the Global Digital Compact and the future of ICT sector development in the Global South. GDS is an ambiguous document that at the same time caused a wave of discussions and disputes. A great many still disagree with numerous points of the compact, with the function that was granted to big tech companies and the fact that the compact is in fact a soft law document, not affecting the real states of affairs. However, today we are not here to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of the GDC. We have gathered to understand where our digital world is moving next and what problems we have yet to solve. I believe it is paramount to seek ways how we can bridge growing digital divides and avoid the new era of digital neo-colonialism, where few control the resources and limited opportunities for the rest. Through engaging in meaningful discussion and, most importantly, technologies and right action, we can strike a balance between private interests, government policies, and interest of users. With that focal point in mind, I would like to pass my word to our first speaker, Olga Makarova, Director of the Department of Commercial Resource Management at MTS. Olga is an active member of the IGF community who even proposed several years ago her own unique mathematical formula to calculate the level of internet fragmentation, and today she wants to offer us the solution for the language barriers on the web, at the same time preserving linguistic diversity. Olga, the stage is yours, and mic is yours too.
Last moment. Hello. Let's start with a question. Does anyone know how many languages there are in the world? According to the Ethnologue, there are about 7,168 living languages. That's awesome. Linguistic diversity provides the key to other cultures and makes the world a more vibrant place. However, linguistic diversity also has a downside. We can hardly find a person who speaks all languages. So we often have to use the dominant language to communicate. But people whose native language is not the dominant language in their community are often reluctant to speak publicly or fear of being misunderstood. In involvement of linguistic diversity, language barriers are inevitable. Today, the dominant language in the world is English. Here are languages of the most famous authors. 67% of the works are written in English. The top 101 includes writers from Kenya and Nigeria, but the most famous books were written in English. In 1998, at the Zimbabwe International Book Fair, Ali Mazrui launched the project 100 Best African Books of the 20th Century. The project aimed to compile a list of the 100 best books by African writers to draw the world's attention to their works. The list was published in February 2002. And only 5 books from this list were translated into Russian language. All these books was English. Does anyone know how many Russian books have been translated into languages understandable to people living in Africa? All my attempts to find such figures have failed. So English has been and remains the dominant language, including on the internet. People with limited English proficiency face additional barriers to accessing knowledge. Another important area where language barriers need to be removed: healthcare. Healthcare providers and their patients often speak different languages. Language barriers are a common problem in healthcare settings around the world. Misunderstanding or failure to communicate are the main cause of incorrect diagnosis and dramatic consequences of incorrect treatment. On the slide, you can see some figures by country. But what about qualified interpreters to communicate in such cases? This is not an option. The lack of legal framework qualified interpreters, especially for rare languages, and financial constraints do not allow this to be used. Machine translation, where user write or speak sentences and AI instantly translate them, seems like a viable way to break down language barrier. The slide shows some statistics on machine translation accuracy by language groups. As you can see, the accuracy of machine translation is significantly higher for European language groups. We still lack the data to proper translate Asian and African language groups. Some data from Goldman Sachs and Stanford University. They estimate that by 2025, investments in AI will reach $200 billion. Stanford University's Artificial Intelligence Index report notes that among significant AI machine learning systems released in 2022, the most common class of systems were language-based. Some historical facts. In early 2000s, some IT companies used the meaning-text model and explanatory combinatorial dictionary to create their own machine translation systems. The goal of such systems was a universal semantic hierarchy, which was a huge tree of concepts built from the general to the specific. Google Translate was launched in 2006. At first, it worked very poorly and generated memes rather than translation. But it was created with little or no input from linguists. Google Translate has used and continued to use a different approach, statistical. Complex language models were discarded and forgotten. Huge amount of data became the basis. The price was scalability. In 2009, people from Google team published a paper called The Unreasonable Effectiveness of Data. The title of the article echoes the title of the article, The Unreasonable Effectiveness of Mathematics in the Natural Sciences, written by physicist Eugene Wigner in 1960. The author notes that sciences involve people rather than elementary particles have proven more resilient to elegant mathematics. In the paper, they explain why in complex theory we will never succeed in processing language. They demonstrate that simple model and large amount of data are much more effective than complex model with insufficient data. They would advise to follow the data and choose a representation that can use unsupervised learning on unlabeled data. In 2019, Canadian computer scientist Richard Sutton published a paper called A Beta Lesson. He writes, we have to learn the beta lessons that building in how the thing does not work in the long run. He concludes that only two methods can make scaling successful, search and learning. To follow these guidelines, we need the single, open, and unfragmented internet capable of handling massive volumes of cross-border data flows. But the internet always been and remains a set of structurally fragmented but interconnected autonomous systems. Only the internet protocols and the ability of different stakeholders networks to interconnect make the internet a single, open, and unfragmented public online environment. So our networks need to be able to connect and interconnect, but no one connects or interconnects without paying. Therefore, we need to be able to pay for services we need. But today we see a new type of stakeholders. These are banks. Banks have their own compliance procedure for assessing the legality and appropriateness of payment, which do not take into account the threats and consequences of internet fragmentation. Many banks block many payments for communication, interconnection, and internet services from Russia and some other carriers without any explanation from their side. The risk of internet fragmentation are not taken into account. But if one party fails to pay for services, this will result in the termination of agreements, termination of all services, and breaking down all connections. The Russian language segment of the internet and other segments of the internet connected to the global internet through Russian may be separated. The result will be the technical level fragmentation. Banks don't want to achieve anything in terms of internet fragmentation. They just don't think about it. It's just not their business. Bank managers are confident that no one will blame them if the internet fragments. But they are terrified that one wrong payment due to sanctions, or more precisely due to the bank's compliance manager's understanding of sanction policy, will prove fatal to both their careers and their banking business. Alas, we are witnessing a perfect example of Miles law in action. Where you stand depends on where you sit. We don't have a suitable solution today. The range of stakeholders turned out to be wider. You can see an example of the impact of such measures on the internet. Today, carriers and users from Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and some other countries get the cheapest and fastest access to the European segment of the internet only for Russia due to their geographical location. The internet business may also suffer. It would be advisable to provide for some certification procedures of carriers through the ITU, which would allow them to pay for telecommunication and internet services without additional checks and assessment by banks. The geopolitical situation is changing dramatically. The problem with payment may affect different countries, not only Russia. Let's try to work together. Let's try to keep the internet open and unfragmented. Thank you.
Olga, thank you very much for your highly informative input. I'm proud of the fact that we can share our own experience here on this stage. As you mentioned, Russia is actively developing its own linguistic segment of the internet. We also have our own Cyrillic TLD. Speaking of all things Russian and Cyrillic, our next speaker is newcomer to the IGS community, yet he has his own highly competitive digital product, which he looks forward to sharing with the world. Semyon Tinaev is a Russian IT entrepreneur, investor, head of the BBC group of companies, and most importantly, founder of TenChat social network. Semyon, what makes your social network so different from other major players, and how do you intend to promote it across the countries of global youth? The microphone is yours, please.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, Madame, Monsieur. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, let's discuss about future of business social network, or maybe how I see how can I see this goal. If we discuss about personal data, big data platform, social networks, it means that future all over the world will be not in one area. It will be many centers of information. Mostly it depends of structure of data, because the main reason of all system is that the data is a new gold in all systems. What I mean, mostly countries use free source or absolutely free programs and don't pay any money. But we need to understand that if you don't pay nothing, you pay by information, and all information costs money. So it's in new age, on new century. I want to repeat one more time. The data become the new gold. What's the main global challenges we have now on this in this area? Firstly, as my colleagues say before, it's ensuring country sovereign. Also, protection of personal data, development of own technology, and access to global B2B market and global human market. So in our business social network, which become the biggest one on Russian market and some markets on Soviet Union countries border, we think that business social network can be much useful than original social network like Facebook and other one, because the main goal which can connect people from many countries, it's job, it's trading, it's deals, because everyone need to pay salary, to make money for their family. The one of the way to structure such kind of application is in global investments. So we develop our application as a super app with mostly effective way to make deals across the country. We include B2B marketplace, trading platform, tenders platform with government contracts, job vacancy, investment platform, and so it's our new view how to make a global social business network. Otherwise, we make the unique offer to other country. We go in by absolutely new way how to take new markets by 10 chart. We give it by license to countries. So in all over the world, we make the first decentralized global social network, which each country have its own part in their territory. So it make a big opportunities because the personal data will stay on the country, investments stay in the country, people find the best job in their country. So it's make every country more standard without a global leader. So it's one of the little piece of our system. Thank you.
Semyon, thank you very much for your informative input. May I ask you one more question? What features do you believe Tenchat and Russian tech in general may offer to the developing world?
One of the feature we connect to the social network, to business social network, Tendo platform. What it means? We know that the most country have a big part of government economy inside. For example, it means tenders, some kind of deals with government, and sometimes nobody knows about this and don't have information. And we trying to connect people, business, and government in one app. Not only people and business. We connect all three sides. I repeat one more: business, people, and government in one application.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Semyon, for your really interesting report. It's so fantastic, you know. Dear Miloš, it is a pleasant to see you in Riyadh, especially among our speakers. And you are also a major contributor to IGS processes. Open Link Group is quite active in Europe, Asia, and Africa. What is your view concerning the global digital combat, and most importantly, how may Global South, in your view, benefit from it?
So, thank you very much, Vasily, for this introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, it's truly an honor to be here in Riyadh among such distinguished experts and thought leaders. I would like to extend my gratitude to our hosts and organizers for facilitating this vital dialogue on the future. On the future of digital. It works? No? Okay. How it works? Yeah, it's okay. Okay. For the future of the digital world. When discussing the Global Digital Compact, I see it not just as a framework, but as a vision for shaping a more inclusive and equitable digital future. The Compact holds the promise of addressing some of the most pressing challenges we face today, particularly for the Global South. For many developing countries, like Serbia, where I came from, the Compact could become a catalyst for change, bridging the digital divide, reducing inequality, and fostering economic growth. To achieve this, three key priorities stands out. First, we must ensure affordable and universal connectivity. There is a big problem, and we discuss always this topic, speaking about Africa, for example. When we attended IGF in Addis Ababa, one of the key topics was connectivity of Africa, because we know that Africa is not well-connected continent, speaking about some countries which they don't have universal access to internet, and that's the big problem. So access to internet is no longer a luxury, it is a fundamental driver of education, healthcare, and economic opportunity. And when we speak about healthcare, I personally participated in some projects in Balkans and Serbia, speaking about digitalization of healthcare industry. And it's very important to, if you have opportunity to have a really good connection. I mean, speaking about digital technologies with your doctor, speaking about electronic health records, about everything what a modern healthcare industry could offer to you. So second, the compact should encourage investments in local digital ecosystems, and this is really important speaking about fragmentation and digital fragmentation processes. We must empower entrepreneurs, nurture talent, and enable the creation of technologies that are tailored to needs of local communities. And this is also important speaking about current geopolitical moments when we see different technological zones, and I always mention this. When you visit China, for example, you are not allowed to use Western services like American services, Microsoft, and all others. For example, when you are in the United States, in Western Europe, and generally Europe, we have huge discussion about Huawei equipments, Chinese equipments, and all other aspects of, they would say, non-secure hardware. And for example, as I know, because I spend a lot of time in Russia, they have really strict laws speaking about data and about data of Russian citizens. Russian government forced that all data of Russian citizens should be stored in the territory of Russian Federation. This is really important, and I support this. So third, we must foster international collaboration to ensure that knowledge and technology flow freely, supporting growth rather than dependency. And when I was in Moscow a few weeks ago, actually a few days ago, we discussed how China and Russia made systems to test each other's technology. So when we speak about technology transfer, it's very important that other side and the side which will receive technology have opportunity to test and to make some test speaking about data and who will control the data. So this is really important. However, we can't ignore the realities of digital colonialism. Much of the global south still finds itself in position where technology primarily serves the interests of tech giants rather than local populations. International organizations, governments, and private sectors must address this imbalance. This can be achieved by promoting open standards, and we discussed about it, supporting data sovereignty, developing localized infrastructure, and creating fairer regulatory frameworks. So let me be clear at the end, this is not a simple task. It requires unified global effort to hold powerful actors accountable while simultaneously empowering developing economies to shape their own digital futures. But generally, I remain optimistic. And we discussed about what we have to do in upcoming years. With initiatives like the Global Digital Compact, we have a unique opportunity to redefine the rules of engagement in the digital space. In closing, let me emphasize this: the compact will succeed if inclusivity, cooperation, and accountability remain at its core. So together we have the chance to create a digital world where no one is left behind. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Miloš. Can I ask one more question for you? Do you accept that the international organizations have yet to do a lot of work, combat digital colonialism, and keep tech giants at bay? Can we say like that?
Okay, speaking about tech giants, it's always when we speak about big companies everywhere in the West, in the East, in China, in Russia, it's always about controlling the data. So I think this is a discussion who controls everything, technology giants or, for example, legal framework, speaking about some national assemblies and so on and so on. And I always make a conclusion that people who know technology are they have advantage comparing to people who know just legal aspects, because they develop technologies. And speaking about big companies, I think international organizations are not in position to control them, actually, frankly speaking. So it's up to local governments, and I would say to countries, to control the data of their own citizens and to point out what is the right direction, speaking about digital transformation of every society, but not only about society at national level, at local level, it's also about regional level and of sphere of interest of every country.
Thank you, your impressive speech, as usual. The next speaker is Dr. Roberta Zabrana. Hopefully you enjoy your time, your stay in Riyadh as much as we do. It's a pleasure to have you with us, to say that you're an active member of IGF community. For many years, it's to say nothing. You were a MAC member and also had a lot of experience when it came to multi-stakeholder engagements. What does, in your opinion, the adoption of the Global Digital Compact mean for the international community?
Thank you very much, Vasily. And I want to say hello to my distinguished panelists as well. Well, I would like to move a little bit the answer, maybe from what our colleagues said before, and I totally support regarding all the good things that and opportunities perhaps that the Global Digital Compact and some other processes as well, like the one that we had in Net Mundial +10 recently. And if we read both of them, then we will identify several aspects that are very common, and I think everyone will be subscribing them. That's why I think that's the nice part of this process. But the other part, talking about Global South, is related with the current situation that we have. And I think that's also something that we need to reflect on. We know that near 3 or around 3 billion of population is not currently connected. But we need to remember that most of this population is in the Global South. That's the main problem. And it's due to different barriers. Olga was mentioning the one with languages, for instance, but we also have barriers in gender. In many cultures, in many regions, the women are not usually used to work with computers and worse to have access to internet. We also have cultural barriers. We have regional barriers regarding the people that can access to these services in the rural areas and the ones that live in urban areas and, of course, can enjoy all the good things that internet have. So for these people, for these regions, for this near 3 billion of the population in the world, actually the problems like fragmentations, like cybercrime, like all the other problems, or even the new emerging issues like artificial intelligence are not in the discussion. I mean, they are thinking in just how we can connect to internet. And that's why that matter is still an issue, and it's going to be still an issue in the future if, as a community, as a global community, don't think about the ways of reaching all these places, all these regions in the world. We know that despite the different efforts that the internet service providers, the telecommunications providers have done during these last years, still it's very difficult for them to actually reach this kind of communities because of the difficulty of return of the investment. That's of course the reason, the major reason. So the governments are expected to contribute as well. It's another important fact that we need to understand and make the governments understand. And I will mention also the big techs that were also alluded in this conversation. And I'm not going, of course, to the fair share approach, which is a recent topic that is emerging in different forums. Of course, I don't support this approach about having in general or requiring in general to the digital content developers to actually pay any kind of fee or whatever. But at the same time, it's important to realize that some of these big players, not all of the players, not all of the digital players, but some of these big players are actually able to, and actually they are doing many things. They are actually contributing with investment, contributing with deployment of infrastructure, but not, I will say, not in a most controlled way. I mean, yes, it's their money, of course, but I think there's a room for coordinating with the governments, especially, just in this kind of processes, just in this kind of investment that are required in different countries, especially in the Global South. So that's something that we also need to think about and discuss. So this takes us to another, and I'm just talking about, as I said before, not the fantastic stuff of the GDC, but the challenges. And one of those in the global south is how effective our regional and sub-regional not multi-stakeholders, I will say multilateral organizations can be. I mean, how effective they can be in order first to agree on common grounds, to agree in common regulations, to actually tackle all these challenges that we are facing in the near future, like the ones that I mentioned before regarding connectivity. I don't know, but I always mention this as an example. The tradition that the Europeans has regarding this collaboration, very effective collaboration with common regulation, is something that in Global South, especially in Latin America, that's where I come from, we need to take as a good example. Actually, we are very caring in our region, in LAC, but at the same time, the problem is that each of the governments has their own agenda for this matter. So I think it's important to agree in certain elements. One of those is connectivity. Maybe the others will be, of course, emerging. So being effective in this regional area to provide this kind of inputs and laws for the governments to actually act, to actually do in a way. Because at the end, as you know, the governments are the ones that can be signing an agreement like the GDC, but they have to move from the agreement, from the shared principles to the action. And those actions come in policies, and we are still so much delayed in issuing this kind of policies so we can actually get this expected universal connection that we all want. So I will stay there. Thank you.
Much, Roberta. And one more question, please. Is there a risk of minimizing the role of the technical community in the digital maker paradigm? What do you think about this fact?
Sorry, the last part.
Is there a risk of minimizing the role of the technical community in the digital decision maker paradigm?
Well, I don't think so, because of the nature of the ecosystem. There are key communities with a very specific role. I would like to mention some of them, like Internet Engineering Task Force or IEEE, that will still be leading the technical area about the standards, about the technologies, about the proposals. And there are newcomers as well, and more than newcomers, new actors, I will say, regarding the technical arena. We've heard a lot of innovations, a lot of technical proposals from different, I'm not going to mention any, but you may think which of them I am talking about. And I think we can imagine that there might be very nice examples of new policies or new protocols, etc. But the processes themselves must be very transparent. If there are just alone key players working in these protocols and they come up with fantastic ideas, but if those didn't came back from a bottom-top process, I think it could become an issue in the future. So because internet, as it is now, was actually a result of that kind of participative, inclusive, and very transparent process all over these years.
Thank you, Roberta. Thank you for your impressive speech and for your participate in our session. Our next speaker is Pavel Zakharov, a member of the Internet Technological Association. Pavel has a vast experience when it comes to combat disinformation and fact-checking. And I must say that fact-checking is essential in the informational world we found ourselves in. And it is a matter of national security, a matter of safety, often a question of human lives. And I would like to extend the floor yours, Mr. Zakharov.
Thank you for giving me the floor. As an active member of Russian fact-checking community, I would like to share with you my opinion, my idea that can change our beliefs in fakes. But first of all, I want to say that it stated on the official website of Global Digital Compact that its implementation requires a global effort. And one of the key commitments of GDI is building a space, digital space, that is free, that is independent, that is open, fact-based, and it's about disinformation. Maybe it's about combating disinformation. But nowadays, disinformation is portrayed in media as a main topic of concern to internet users. It's now seen as a weapon in a global informational war. But in my opinion, this escalation to the problem of military level looks unwise, and maybe it's completely dangerous, because lies has always existed, and misinformation has always influenced people's decisions, people's behavior. Nothing new. The fight against the disinformation today is becoming a convenient excuse for censorship, for reducing freedom of speech. And under the pretext of combating disinformation, digital platforms limit the promotion of materials which contains different points of views. Under this pretext, media, journalists are banned, and under this pretext, companies and organizations are being imposed sanctions. And the worst thing is no one demand proof. The very principle of presumption of innocence is violated when it comes to combating disinformation. One would think that such a stubborn struggle should definitely lead to positive results, but let's take a look at data. According to Ipsos study in 2024, at least a third of population of our planet believes fakes. And if we take a closer look, the situation is even worse in developing countries, where up to 62% of population believes fakes. And those countries are active members of such famous international networks like IFCN, International Fact-Checking Network. So fact-checking doesn't work. It's active, but it doesn't work. And what I want to say, even if fact-checking project can correctively, ethically, effectively process disinformation, even if it could reduce its spread in certain platforms, it's impossible to find all the fakes. Nowadays, it's pretty much easier produce fakes than debunk them. And the game changer here is AI, which is used to produce as visual fakes, as text. Yeah. Voice deepfakes, for example, it's a real problem. Yeah. So, if we're really searching for a way to solve the problem, we need to change the very approach. We need to abandon the principle of the limitation and punishment, and start moving toward cooperation and resilience. The more restrictions are imposed to dissemination of information in the world, the less protected users will be against the disinformation. We need to communicate more. We need to interact more. We need to create informal communities, and that's the key. As I said earlier, it's time for us to move from confrontation to cooperation. And I want to remind you one thing. In 1960s, Western countries and the Soviet Union moved from the open confrontation to the reducing level of aggression. That time they resumed economic, scientific, and cultural cooperation. And this period is now called détente, or the relaxation of stained international relations. I'm sure that now is the best time for us to stop, to look at each other, and to set the new rules of the game. It's time for digital détente, and I think those who are really interested in creating open and secure digital space can agree to work together, regardless of differences in our views or benefits. All we need now is to relax a bit. Thank you.
Pavel, thank you very much for this useful information. And one more question: how to identify that this information is fake? Because sometimes it's really difficult to see difference between fake and truth information. What could you give us some pieces of advice in this case?
Oh, I think that there is no way to define every fake. Even me, as an expert, I cannot see all the fakes. I've catched a lot of times. I see fake, and then after a few days, I remember this, and oh, that was fake. But one thing is important, and it's knowledge. If you know something, it's really hard to change your opinion about the thing. So the best way to make your armor against disinformation is to know more. I think it's that.
Pavel, as you can see, we heard the opinions and elaborations of one generation, and now I believe it's time to hear the voices of youth representatives. And I would like to thank our first row of presenters for their meaningful inputs and invite our second court team to join the discussions. Thank you very much. Alim is co-moderator now of the second part of discussion.
Hello guys, hopefully you can hear me. The translation must also work. We have with us several esteemed speakers. Yes, a moment. So we have with us several representatives of youth who are also experts in IT sector and active IGF members. This is Bogdan Chernyshov, the head of the Rosatom Youth Council, Alexandra Kozina, representative of the lawyer representing Artdelex, and also we have with us an active IGF member from Ethiopia, who is a MAG member, Sabatiku. I saw her somewhere. She had to take a call. She'll come back to us in several minutes, I hope. So our first speaker today, our first expert in the second round of workshop is Bogdan Chernyshov, and he represents essentially Rosatom. Rosatom is a world-renowned state nuclear energy corporation which develops energy as well as a digital infrastructure all across the world, allowing entire nations to benefit from cheap, clear and effective energy, power their houses, factories, schools, universities and digital facilities. Bogdan, please, the floor is yours. What do you think about global? Yes. Clicker. Yeah, here's the clicker. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. It's a great honor to be here with you at IGF Forum. And today I'd like to introduce you our company. And too fast. So, as you can see on the slide, Rosatom is a big company which consists of more than 460 companies which are working in very different scientific fields. So we have more than 4 different businesses, and right now Rosatom consists of not only companies, research universities which are located in the Russian Federation. We're also working with our international partners, and right now we are developing more than 60 different international projects. And right now portfolio of foreign orders of Rosatom has reached more than $200 billion last year. But today I'm here to present you not only our company, also I'm heading Great. Also, I'm heading the community of young scientists of Rosatom, and our 2 main goals is to provide connection between government universities and our real factories and research universities to create projects which are based on the theoretical field of governance, university science, and our tasks of real industry. And second one is to provide community in which scientists can connect with each other and create different scientific projects which are based on the intersection of their scientific interests and scientific directions. As you can see on the slide, we consist of more than 90 young scientists who are leading the key projects in the spheres like nuclear energy, hydrogen energy, wind energy. Also, we are working on the creation of new materials by application of the approach of digital material science, by application, of course, common material science. There are work on the healthcare sphere in the nuclear medicine production by creation of isotopes for curing the cancer and other diseases. Of course, there are personalized medicine by application of technologies of 3D printing, and there are other technologies, as you can see, electronic, photonics. We have experts in plasma, laser technologies. Recently, our scientists created 50 qubits quantum computer, and they're working, of course, with artificial intelligence, with digital twins, and a lot of. So I'd like to go back to the main goal. To the main goal of Rosatom, and of course it's generation of energy. Of course, all of us know that we can provide digital infrastructure transfer to these new technologies without energy. So Rosatom has a great experience in that field, and our first nuclear power plants has celebrated its 70th jubilee that year. So since the time we upgraded our skills, and right now the progress of the building of nuclear power plants you can see on the map of Russia. Our experience which we have got for these years, we are implementing into international projects. And right now we are working with countries like China, Egypt, Hungary, and other countries. But we use nuclear energy not only for production of nuclear power plants and providing opportunity to our partners to get green energy sources. Also, we are building ships, especially nuclear icebreakers, which are working on the same principles, and they requires they type of reactors requires less energy. So we use it for transfer cargos via northern sea route, and the amounts of cargos which you are transferring you can see on the slide. So to 230, that amount will be reached 150 million tons. But that experience which we got of building smaller reactors, we are using to produce and make next step in creation of nuclear power plants. especially small NPPs. And as you can see on the slide, we will build in the condition of severe cold temperature a new nuclear power plant, small one, and it will be located in the Republic of Sakha-Yakutia, so you can see that on geotech. And also here we can see the strategy of building these small nuclear power plants. Main fact about that strategy is that these facilities will be built in the areas to which access is very hard, and especially in these locations are located huge mineral deposits. But the main feature also about this region is that we should provide connection of electricity to provide digital connection of the people in these areas. But as I said on the second slide, we consist of a big amounts of company, more than 400. And I'm, as research scientist of Grid Joint Stock company, would like to tell you about projects on which we are working. And there is, you can see different materials for spheres like electronic, photonics. We produce superconductors. We produce different monocrystals, and our production also consists of rare earth metals and different alloys, and we produce it in very different forms like alloys, powders. We can create details with simple form, for example, sputtering targets for creation of different coatings of our electronic components. Of course, there are production in the complex, which has complex geometry, which we can make by application of additive technologies. But unfortunately, right now I have not many time at the session, so I'd like you to invite to the session which will be held on the last day of IGF, and we will talk about real scientific projects which has impact on the design of North region. So thank you for your attention. Community of young scientists and Rosatom in general are always looking forward to future cooperation and experience exchange. Thank you.
Bogdan, I think this was very interesting because we were trying to bring something new to IGF format in a sense that we discussed digital technologies, internet, but I think that energy, when it comes to energy, generation of electricity, when it comes to infrastructure, Rosatom and the project which it does, not only in Russia but across the world, in countries of global south, they are paramount, especially when we talk about bridging digital divides. And our next speaker is Alexandra Kozina, lawyer in dispute resolution and mediation practice at ArtDelex, a famous lawyer firm which has been suing Google for many years and defending the interests of ordinary users in the face of large transnational corporations. Alexandra, what do you think? We talked a lot today about the so-called tech giants. What real threats do players like Google, Meta, and others pose to the global south? Is it hard to fight the Goliath?
Oh, yes, it's a really fight to fight the Goliath. And I would like to start my presentation to tell you more about the recent cases the big tech had. And that will be, I hope, very interesting. And
let's wait for several minutes. I see the tech guys are on it. So this is it. Yes.
So before I start, and before any technical problems will be solved, I would like to thank you for participating in this section. I would like to thank IGF for this amazing opportunity to share ideas with my co-panelists and with the Center for Global Cooperation. I hope you will enjoy my presentation and we'll have some questions. Okay, so speaking about the big tech, my allegation today is that the big tech needs to change because recently the big tech violated some laws in different countries, and we need to take very crucial attention on this point. I will concentrate your attention on 4 parts of my speech. Firstly, I will tell you about how the big tech companies operate globally, how they structure their business in different jurisdictions. Secondly, I will tell you more about what should the global tech company pay attention to when they're doing business globally. And this is very interesting and very important, because not only written laws the big tech need to take into account, but as well social rules and cultural traits. Thirdly, we will talk about the recent cases in antitrust law and in civil law. I will give you a brief overview of these cases, and I hope you will find it interesting. And finally, we will maybe brainstorm some ideas how we can deal with this problem in the future. So this is a brief information about me. I work in dispute resolution and arbitration and deal with the telecommunication, media, and technology problems. And this is my photo. That is how I look when I'm hungry, very serious. But in general, I'm very cheerful, so come talk to me after the session. Yeah. Okay, so long story short, then the big tech structured business globally. It has around 3 models it can face. So the first model is when the head company decides to open a separate entity on the territory of other jurisdictions. For example, Google on the territory of Russia had previously the separate entity. And the point is the separate entity has separate assets and is in general independent of the decision of the head company. But that presumption can be overcome by the doctrine of withdrawing of corporate veil. And simply saying, this doctrine says that if the subsidiary acted on the behalf of the parent company or with the active knowledge of the parent company, you can sue the parent company for any misconduct subsidiary company do on the territory of other jurisdiction, and vice versa. And that is actually the best model for the consumers of the big tech. We will revert shortly to that question. So, yeah. Model B. So if the big tech company do not want to open any separate entity with separate assets, it can open a representative. The thing is, the representative is not a separate entity in the terms of law. It has no assets. And if you face a misconduct from the head company, you cannot sue the representative. And the best example on the territory of Russia is Apple and Facebook. A couple of years ago, they had separate representatives on the territory of Russia, and the representative exists only for the public functions, so to communicate with tax officers, antitrust managers, and so on. And you cannot, of course, sue the representative, but we have some advantages in that point. If we want to have a dispute on the territory of Russia, we can sue the head company, but we can sue a representative as well as a co-defendant. And we can notify the head company through the representative. Of course, it's easier than to file a claim abroad. And the last model. And the last model is the worst model for the consumers, for the business companies who deal with the big tech, because big tech can decide to not to open any separate structure or representative at all. And the best examples is Amazon or Meta in Russia, or X in Russia. They have never had any separate entities or representatives, but they actually sold and sell some services and digital products on the territory of Russia. And the disadvantages of that approach is that consumer or business have high costs of proceedings abroad because he needs to go directly to the head. Businesses has unequal bargaining power with the big tech because they cannot talk to them via email or so on. And actually, in that business structure, the customers actually have a lack of remedies. Moving on to the second part of my speech about what should the... Yes, 1 second. Next slide, please. Can you have? Yeah. So as I said earlier, the big tech can choose free business structures to conduct business abroad. But what should they take into account when doing business globally? First of all, they need to understand informal institution of each of the country. And by informal institutions, I mean socially shared rules, traditions, cultural traits. It's not a secret that, for example, Arab region countries or Russia or US or European Union differ a lot. And global digital company need to take it into account these differences. And secondly, but not from the point of characterization, the global company need to take into account formal institution. And by formal institution, I mean written and unwritten laws. And the next slide will show you the non-exhaustive list. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Yeah. And the next slide will show you the non-exhaustive list of laws which regulate digital business. For example, in Russia, and I think as well as in any other country. And these laws, the big tech should take into account very crucially. And the recent cases concerning the big tech show that the big tech ignores these laws. And let's talk about that more. So I would like to present you the recent Russian judgments against Google. And that information is very interesting because on the territory of Russian Federation, last 4 years, around 20 separate judgments were published, and that judgments state that Google violated its own policies, then it blocked Russian media channels. And the thing with that judgment was that several claimants submitted claims on recognition and enforcement of such judgments on the territory of different countries. And I only choose some of them, like Turkey, Hungary, Algeria, South Africa, but actually the number of countries were up to 20, I guess. And the interesting thing is that on the territory of South Africa, South African High Court seized all Google assets, all Google subsidiary assets on the territory of South Africa because of the judgment existed. And I want to talk about more of the sum of fines. Actually, according to this judgment, for non-compliance with the judgment, Google was forced to pay a sum of money called judiciary fine or astrend on the territory of Russia. And the amount of fines, as per information of last month, which were written on BBC, The Guardian, and Forbes, was 20 decillion USD. Decillion is a surprising number because it contains 36 zeros after the actual amount. Okay, and the global internet created a variety of jokes about that sum, and I want to share with you my favorite joke because it's actually very funny. Yeah, and of course this situation which presented on the joke is I guess cannot happen in the future. But what is not funny? I want to tell you about recent, very funny joke. Next slide, please. I want to tell you about recent antitrust cases, and the amount of fines presented on the slide is not joke at all. Because last decade showed that Alphabet companies or Google companies in particular violated several laws on the territory of European Union. And that resulted in setting that antitrust investigations, which caused for Google to get fines in amount of $8 billion. So I added QRs, so if you are interested in information of that cases, you can just scan it and read in short articles. But Google is not the only company which is under investigation of antitrust officers. Actually, every big tech company, and by big tech I mean American big tech, is under investigations in several countries. So Apple in European Union, Qualcomm, Meta, its subsidiary Facebook, and its subsidiary Meta platforms. And the list is not exhaustive. And by representing these cases, I am not trying to say that the big tech is evil and we should all ban them. But I wanted to set a discussion on how the big tech performing globally. Because it is very important for the big tech with so much valuable resources, with all this knowledge and technology, to understand cultural traits and differences, to understand laws differences, because laws differ from country to country. And the last example of how the big tech violates law is how the alphabet violates its own financial laws. As you can see on the slide, I presented you the screenshots of last quarterly financial statement of Alphabet, so it's 2024. And each of the financial statements has the part called legal matters. In that part, the big tech or any other company which has shares globally transmitted needs to disclose the significant legal information about the cases. And as you can see on the slide, Alphabet disclosed the information about antitrust cases, which I presented on a few slides back, but it did not disclose any information about Russian court judgments. And this is what we need to talk about more, because why Alphabet disclosed antitrust cases with the fines in amount $8 billion and did not say anything in particular about Russian judgments, the amount of fines of which is $20 decillion. So it's 10 in 36, with 36 zeros. It's amazing. And moreover, about this case, Alphabet did not communicate with the state officials, with journalists, with investors, with claimants on the resolving of this issue. And I think that this ignorance on the opinion of Russian media companies, of Russian government, of the government of any other country who has not so much bargaining power to set rules on the internet, is what we need to concentrate about on this forum and in the future, because we need to somehow shift the market position of the big tech, not to ban them, but to make some rules for them. Because if we do not make some rules for them, they will do anything and everything, and we will not have any opportunity to somehow stop them in the future. So thank you for your attention. I hope you enjoyed my presentation and hope you will have some questions afterwards.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. It was very interesting to hear about the experience of fighting with Google, Alphabet, and other big tech giants in order to keep them at bay, to keep them in check and control. Obviously, it's necessary when we talk about digital divides and the security of the global south, the avoidance, in order to avoid the new forms of digital neocolonialism, we have to ensure and enforce law and order. And speaking of global south, Ms. Sabatiko, you are an active member of youth community and since rather recently, a member of the IGF multi-stakeholder advisory group. I suppose it's a great honor for us to have you partaking in this discussion. Moreover, you already were a MAG member when the Global Digital Compact was being accepted. Should, in your opinion, digital governance remain a domain of multi-stakeholder engagement, or it is in the interest of the world to increase government participation, perhaps, and the implementation of hard law practices? Where is the place of youth in all of this as well?
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. And thank you so much for the kind introduction. And it's an honor to be part of this important discussion. So my intervention will be very short. Indeed, the digital governance is at a critical juncture, and for years, the multi-stakeholder approach has been at the heart as well as the backbone of internet governance ecosystem, bringing together diverse perspectives of different stakeholder groups such as private, civil society, the government, and as well as the technical community. And so this model has been very effective as it reflects the very true nature of the internet, which is decentralized, which is collaborative and global. However, as digital technologies are increasing, shaping every aspect of our lives, governments are becoming more involved. And if we talk about, for example, issues such as cybersecurity, platform accountability, data sovereignty, and digital inequalities or the digital divide, the attention of government is indeed needed. And so regulation in many cases is very important to ensure that public safety, fairness, and equity is there. Yet too much government control or risks that excluding key voices as well as the innovation. And so this is where the Global Digital Compact or the GDC can really play a transformative role. First, it offers a chance to redefine the rule of the game for digital governance by balancing these dynamics. And a truly effective GDC, it must uphold the principle of multi-stakeholderism, where every decisions are informed by the involvement of all actors, not just governments. But it should also provide a framework where governments can take responsibility in areas that require regulation, such as curbing online harms or ensuring data rights. Now, so when we talk about youth, where does the voice of the young people fit into all of this? And I think for this, youth are not just stakeholders in digital governance, but rather we are the agents of change. And young people are the largest groups of internet users, but we are also innovators, we are creators, and leaders of shaping the digital future. But in most of the discussions, young people are underrepresented when it comes to, let's say, policy making. And so, for example, in many discussions about the platform accountability or global standards, youth voices are missing, even though these issues are very important for us. And so the GDC can really play a very important role in this by integrating the voice of young people. And that might mean, creating youth leadership, creating mentorship programs or mentoring emerging voices, ensuring that youth-driven solutions are there. And beyond that, young people need to be meaningfully engaged in decision-making processes, not just as participants, but also as contributors to many and key discussions as well. So in my view, I think we need both, which is multi-stakeholder approach that values collaboration and inclusivity, as well as government participation in order to address these global challenges. So striking this balance is very important, and the GDC can pave the way for a more inclusive as well as equitable and sustainable digital future where every voice matters, especially of those young people. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this interesting point of view, and especially your opinion on the GDC and the points which you mentioned about the youth. I wholeheartedly agree. Representing the Center for Global IT Cooperation, we also do a lot of work in terms of youth empowerment, and it is absolutely important not only to speak about the youth, not only to give youth a certain platform and make their voices heard. It's important to engage youth, to make them integrally part of the process. So in my view, we should fight all forms of discrimination, including ageism. And when it comes to youth, the perfect position of youth empowerment is when there is no division between youth and non-youth, when youth has become integral part of all policy making processes. And speaking of youth especially, our center has a myriad of initiatives which are aimed at youth support. One of them is a youth digital forum, Youth Russian Internet Governance Forum, and that's why I would like to present our next presenter, our next speaker, who is a director of the Center for Global IT Cooperation, Vadim Glushenko, who will elaborate on the activities we undertake not only within the IGF format, but also in the broader expert community in Russia and globally. Vadim, please, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Yeah, wonderful. Thank you very much, Alim, and hi, everyone. I hope my intervention is last but not least. Well, first I would like to reflect on the GDC. As probably everyone here, we were full of hopes and enthusiastic, but the hopes are still the hopes. The Center for Global IT Cooperation, as Alim mentioned, has played its role. We collected a number of views and visions from the Russian expert community, organizations like 40 of them, and sent holistic common position to the Office of the Tech Envoy. And since that time we have been waiting. Well, that is why we are especially sensitive about the outcome. The very idea of the Global Digital Compact as a set of rules that outline the contours of the future internet governance system and set the vector of development of AI algorithms which are based on the principles of security, equality and non-discrimination, that is in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, is quite good, and of course it deserves attention. And definitely this new Global Digital Compact will open a new era for both internet governance and for digital governance. Well, still, as it often happens, the initial expectations from the GDC have been shattered by the real interests of the global digital platforms, large transnational businesses. The private sector is not at all interested in being under the tight control of governments or human rights NGOs or international oversight institutions. And today we've heard an exciting story from Alexandra about the fight against Google or fight with Google that proves this presumption. This is the first reason why the implementation of the GDC will meet objective difficulties. And the second reason lies in the different technological potential of the countries. It is difficult in the world of capitalist economy to call for equality between rich and poor, developed and technologically immature. Therefore, under the guise of the GDC provisions, I think we will see that the IT giants will be pushing their interests in countries and regions where that don't have actually their own digital alternatives and opportunities to compete on equal grounds with those giants. In this regards, the real force that can counter digital neocolonialism is neither the GDC, nor the Pact for the Future, nor any soft law acts, but I would say that joint initiatives of the international expert community, as well as time-tested and proven effective digital solutions, such as those we have heard about today. As we can see, the Russian IT industry has appeared to be strong and stress resilient enough to survive unprecedented Western sanctions. At the end of the day, isn't it cool not to depend on the global digital platforms? Russian IT solutions are not non-politicized and could be customized for any client individually. And CGITC is becoming an important player in the IT export sphere. Apart from our activities on the NRI track, on the IGF track, the center is striving to assist IT companies in Russia and abroad to find each other and to establish partnerships so that trustworthy and reliable digital solutions are applied in the countries of the global south to strengthen their digital sovereignty. And believe me, after years of harsh sanctions, we've learned something about digital sovereignty. For this purpose, we not just study global, regional, and national IT markets to identify the demand and seek for potential partners, but also we've launched a dedicated tool, a marketplace of digital solutions. And it is not only about software, it's about IT education and IT consulting. This portal also contains a detailed guide on how to launch an IT business in Russia for a foreign citizens. You can learn more actually at our booth in the IGF village just behind this workshop room. To conclude, I'd like to share one idea that is literally in the air. I've heard it a number of times recently and even in the course of discussions at the IGF, both formal and informal. All of us are aware of how important the ESG principles are for business. And nothing and no one can stop digital transformation of economy and society. So probably it is time to reflect the digitalization process in the GDC reporting. And the crucial aspect here, I suppose, is cybersecurity, of which everyone is concerned. So the idea is to include cybersecurity in the ESG principles, making it a separate domain. At the end of the day, ESGC sounds not bad. Well, with this, I would like to ask you to stay tuned and let's create a fair digital future together. Thank you.
Dear experts, listeners, well, maybe we have some questions from the audience. In case there are some questions, I would like to ask you to raise your hand to our esteemed speakers. General questions? No questions? Neither have I seen any in the chat. So in that case, and I think our time is running up, dear experts, listeners, and contributors to the discussion, I wholeheartedly thank you for this fruitful round of conversations and presentations we had. I hope that our debates will continue after the session and that the ideas that were discussed here today will grow to become something bigger. The future of the internet is inextricably linked to the future of humanity. Today, the global south suffers the most from injustices, famine, wars, ecological predicaments, and inequality of access. We can only create a fair digital order when we include all stakeholders in internet governance and ensure a world order based upon the UN Charter and respect for human rights. Thank you for your thoughts, inputs, and your fairness. See you soon. Thank you.
What time is it starting?
33.
33, okay.
They give you the name.
Let me pass for it.
So you can convert. Hello.
Hi.
How are you, sir?
Do you need me to confirm?
Yes. Just who it is. Just give me a name, will you?
Connor Sanchez.
No, Connor yet, but I'll be on the lookout.
Yeah, it should be Connor Sanchez.
There's only one guy.
Well, no, there's someone else coming in. You want to know who they are? This is a good question. Why don't I? Where's my phone? You want me to write them down? Okay. Good. I'll write them down.
Yes, as fuck. Whoa. Ish, go here. Zero. Fuck. You. Akumula ngisho ukuthi kumele ngiyephi nje ngizozokala eCape Town. Ukhohliwe ukuthi uMartiza wami uneshow noLufuno la. So kumele ngimixele la yena mina ngithe ngizozwa ngayo. Nge-28 and mina ngifuna Cape Town nge-27.
Oh, you can still notify that. Oh, you can
Happy Cape Town. Oh, chief. Oh, sorry, Lulu. Here we go. Oh, up next same time. So, oh, no presentation.
So these are the three people joining Anki over here.
None of them are here yet. Ndineleza amaXhosa ndataziphilisa amaphasi aziphilisa amaphasi athini? Alumthumele phela umuntu wakho wangenzileko abazogxila and awufuni ukuthi bagxile amakhopheni wakho kumele kube your place of
What's next step?
kumele kube place of peace yakho amakhopheni chief mina amakhopheni wami elinye le-OnlyFans lingijabulisa like alina stress alina stress liwumakhopheni leli yes4 khona fake esikimini same week 2 day ne 1 2 3 4 same week normal yiyo wena uthini manje mara bozobekile so umakhopheni yena inside ngishiye ngiqhufuze zizo zithi manje utshelile imeli mara uyayazi ukuthi umakhopheni uyeza ngizomtshelela ukuthi kunomnakwethu uyayazi ukuthi nje uyayazi ukuthi uthatha umakhopheni mara andikamtsheli ukuthi ubani yes zangalo waqala wayigolozela ekuqaleni the thing is mina indaba ngayibeka sasona wayigolozela at the end of the day ungazibali uzofela uyayazi if ungasufuna uhlele yazi uthini kuba right kuqala into ifeva yonke nje kuthiwa i-100 ungafuni ngiyakuxelela fair yeah mara mina the last time in favor was my last place.
Yeah, sure.
Testing, testing. Good. Yeah. Okay, great. Can you hear me through this? Can you hear me? Hmm?
One, the online moderator is Joding. Where is the all? Only the one.
There's only one.
Yes, the person of moderator online.
Okay.
Okay, let me just write.
That's okay. Can you put them on the screen? Yeah, so we can see everybody. Great. Can you hear me in your headphones? Hello. You're moderating. Connor's a speaker. Do you have the program? Yes. Okay. So Tamina's here. Connor's there. It's like we're missing Naomi Schiffman. Do you want to start?
You can start. I can start. Yeah.
Yeah. I think I'm the first speaker, but you can introduce.
Yeah.
Hi everyone. I hope those who are online can hear us, and those who are in the room, I hope you have your headphones so that you can hear us. Welcome to this session where we are going to look at how external input contributes to the development of our policies, whether product or content policies. We have a great lineup of speakers, which we'll get to soon. If we can just ask our hosts to close the door. I don't think they can hear us, but if they can close the door, that will be great. So our workshop today looks at, as private companies, we do our own internal research but we also rely heavily on external, external engagement, because there are specialists, policy specialists who do day-to-day research on this work, and we engage with them for product policy enhancement or content policy enhancement. And we know that there are challenges and then there are opportunities. I'll just briefly go through some of the challenges that we face. And before I go in there, my name is Emila Gandhi and I'm with Meta. I'm the head of stakeholder engagement there. Maybe before I do my introduction, just quickly go through our experts today. If you want to introduce yourself as well.
Sure. My name is Jeff Howard. I'm a professor of political philosophy and public policy at University College London and a senior researcher at the Institute for Ethics and AI at Oxford University.
Thank you so much. And can we go to our two panelists online, three speakers online, if you can just quickly introduce yourselves.
Okay. Hi. My name is Tomoai Mori. I'm currently an advisor for the Tech Africa project at the UN. Thank you for having me.
Tomiwa, when you speak next, please increase your volume. Can we go to Kana, please?
Yes, thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Connor Sanchez, and I am with Meta. I'm on the content policy team, and specifically on the stakeholder engagement team. Pleased to be with you all today. I'm sitting in California.
Thank you so much, Kana. And do we have our third speaker online? Maybe when she joins us, we can ask her to introduce herself. So quickly, just going through some of the challenges that we face as we do external stakeholder engagement at Meta. The first one, which I think most of you as well in your work first, is really identifying the experts. Who are these experts? How do we even define what expertise is? Can we look at lived experiences as expertise? And the external experts themselves, can we look at the impacted ones? Who are the potentially impacted? Who are the vulnerable? Who are the underrepresented groups? So identifying experts in itself is a challenge. The second one is really when we identify the experts, what are some of the how do we manage conflicting interests within the stakeholder maps that we have? What are the agendas that they have that can influence input and objectivity on our policies, on our product policies, on our content policies? But beyond that, beyond just identifying the experts, really us, I think, acknowledging that with experts, there's a spectrum of experts. It's not just one type of experts. It's not just academics or civil society groups that I'm seeing in the room and also online. The third one is the different or, the power dynamics. Not all NGOs are the same. Not all stakeholders are the same. Different stakeholders have different, levels of influence within the stakeholder groups themselves and between the different stakeholder groups. How do we also communicate complex information? I'm happy to see, Jovan from Diplo as a former Diplo ambassador. I know you don't have your headphones. It's important. I think we have benefited. Personally, I've benefited from the capacity building programs that the organization has run, and for us as Meta, it's important. I think to acknowledge that the stakeholders that we are engaging, not all of them, they might have lived experiences. They might be experts in their fields, but not everyone understands our policies. So we have to really work hard and ensure that before we communicate that complex information, or before we communicate any of the policy changes, we engage in capacity building. Opportunities, I think there are many, and this panel will look at some of those opportunities. Access to specialized knowledge. We don't want this to just be an extractive process. We want it to be mutually beneficial, not only to us, but also to the experts that we are speaking to. It improves our policies, that goes without saying. it improves our policies, not only the substance, but the process itself and the credibility of the work that we are doing. Transparency, I think, is also another opportunity. It sounds like a very easy concept, but obviously not, because with transparency comes accountability, and that's something I think that we'll need to talk about. And also building trust. We know that there's a trust deficit, between us and stakeholders. Do we need intermediaries to help us build that trust? Or is this something that we can work on? And we know that building trust is not a sprint, but a marathon that we need to ensure that we are in for the long haul. I will just end here, but I think opportunities, we can also talk a lot more about what we can gain or what we can get from the process itself. I think moving over, should I start with you? What are some of the issues? Your experiences, I think, working with Meta in terms of stakeholder engagement, and then we can go into specific questions. Yeah.
That sounds great. So I've been given a brief to speak for about 8 to 10 minutes about my experience. And I'm going to be thinking in particular about the role of academics in this process. So consider just some of the questions that bedevil policymakers at platforms like Meta. Should platforms restrict veiled threats of violence or only explicit threats of violence? Should rules against inciting or praising violence be modified to include a carve-out for speech that advocates or praises justified self-defense? When should graphic violence depicting graphic content depicting real-world violence be permitted for awareness-raising purposes? When should otherwise violating content be permitted on grounds of newsworthiness, for example, because the speaker is an important politician? What kinds of violations should result in permanent bans from a platform, and what kinds should result in temporary suspensions? How can platforms better monitor and mitigate suspicious conduct by users in order to prevent abusive behavior before it happens? So these are just some of the topics about which I've engaged with social media platforms over the years in my work as an academic researcher. I've engaged principally with various teams within Meta, also teams within the Oversight Board, and policymakers throughout the UK and EU. And the thing about the questions I just listed that I want to call your attention to is that they're not empirical questions that can be answered with social science. They're normative questions about how to strike the balance between different ethical values when they come into conflict. Now, the academic discipline of ethics is entirely dedicated to exactly that issue. And so my role as an ethicist is to bring the tools of ethics conceived widely to bear on the proper governance of online speech and behavior. And what I want to do in the next couple minutes is to sketch two alternative theories of the proper role of academics in undertaking this kind of work, tracing some of their implications for how we should engage with platforms. So the first conception I'll discuss is what I'll call the activist conception, and I think this is really common. Now, on this view, the academic has already made up his or her mind about what the right answer is on a particular issue and sees her role as that of pressuring or persuading or lobbying the platform to adopt her view. So consider that question I mentioned about whether there should be a self-defense carve-out to the policy prohibiting advocacy of violence. So on this approach, the academics already made up their mind about whether it's yes or no, and the goal is simply to persuade platforms to go their way. Usually, academics who follow this approach have already written an academic paper publishing exactly the view that they hope to defend, and then they want to be able to show that that paper has had impact for professional incentive reasons. So they're really activists for their own research. Now, I think this is a really common way of academics to engage, and I think it's completely misguided. I think it's the wrong way for academics to engage. I think we should reject the activist conception of the role of academics in stakeholder engagement, and I think we should reject it because it diminishes the distinctive role that I think academics can play in this process, because it eliminates the distinction between the role academics can play and the role that other stakeholders can play. Now, if you work for an NGO dedicated to fighting violence against women and girls, or an organization dedicated to children's mental health, I think the activist conception makes complete sense. You figured out what policy best serves the needs of those you represent, and you're going to the wall for those people to advocate for that policy. And so the activist view flows from these organizations' purpose. But I'd argue that the distinctive role of an academic isn't to be an activist, it's something else. And that leads me to the second view, which is the one I'll defend. And for lack of a better term, I'll call it the educative view. And the idea here is that the role of the academic is to just educate the audience about the relevant cutting-edge academic research that bears on whatever the topic is under discussion. And in this way, it draws on the way academics ideally already teach their classes, which is to inform students about the range of research pertinent to a particular topic. So when I teach a class in London on the ethics of counterterrorism policy or the ethics of crime and punishment, I'm not just teaching my own preferred views in those various controversies. I teach the most reasonable arguments on each side of an issue so that students are empowered to make up their own minds. Likewise, for my colleagues in empirical political science, when they're teaching, for example, the causes of political polarization, the professor doesn't just teach students his own favorite explanation that he's published on in a recent article in the American Political Science Review. The right way to teach a class on that topic would be to identify the range of potential causes in the academic literature, pointing out the evidence for and against. Now, he might also flag that he favors a particular view, but his goal isn't to ram his preferred theory into students' brains, it's to empower them with frameworks and insights so that they can make up their own minds. And my thought for you today is that that educative conception should guide academics in how they engage with platforms and other decision makers. Our role isn't just to tell platforms what we think the right answer is as we see it, as if platforms were counting votes among stakeholders. And by the way, even if platforms were counting votes among stakeholders, it's not clear academics should get a vote, since we're not really stakeholders. We're not particularly affected by policies in the way particular constituents are. Our input is solicited because we have knowledge that's relevant to their decision. Our role is to give platforms insights and frameworks so that they can make up their own minds. So let me make that just a little more concrete for you before I finish. So when I first engaged with Meta on the topic of violent threats and whether veiled threats should be restricted, I saw my role as getting them up to date with philosophical theories about what threats are, about how they function, about what harm they can cause, why speakers might have a moral duty to refrain from threatening language, what legitimate role sarcastic or hyperbolic threats might play in valuable self-expression. I also saw my role as informing them about theories from legal philosophy, about what to do in tricky cases where all the candidate rules in a given policy area are either under-inclusive or over-inclusive, which I think happens quite a lot in the content moderation space. Likewise, when my team presents public comments to the Oversight Board, we of course indicate what result we think the Oversight Board should reach, but that's much less important than the framework of arguments we offer to reach that conclusion. So for example, one central critique of deploying international human rights norms for content moderation is that these norms fail to offer adequate guidance, they're just too indeterminate. But those who make this critique in the literature almost always overlook the fact that there's a huge amount of cutting-edge philosophical work on principles like necessity and proportionality, which I think can be really, really helpful in giving guidance to content moderation decision makers. And so part of my role is to help decision makers within platforms learn about that work. Now, wrapping up now, I'd like to emphasize that the case for the educative model is bolstered by the obvious fact that experts disagree about what to do. And so academics simply cheerleading for one side of the argument is not particularly helpful. The role of academics is to supply platforms with the insights they need to exercise platforms' own judgment about what to do. And I think judgment on ethical questions is essential. If I were to tell you that I was opposed to the death penalty and you asked me why, and I said, well, I asked some ethics professors and they told me they were opposed for it and I believed them, that would be an intellectually and morally unserious set of reasons for having that view. We all are responsible for making our own judgment about what's right and wrong, and while ethicists can help us think through the arguments, the judgment about which argument is most convincing must ultimately be ours, and that goes for a platform too. Platforms like Meta can consult experts, but ultimately it's their responsibility to make a judgment about what to do. Last comment I'll make is just many academics are reluctant to engage with decision makers in this space, and I think that's a huge mistake because engaging with platforms and other decision makers like Oversight Board is hugely intellectually generative. It can help us identify new topics to write and think about, and it can also give us an opportunity to make a positive practical difference through our work. So that's how I see the role of academics in engaging with platforms. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Jeff. This is really, really useful. I think one of your course that I took here is, intellectually and morally unserious views. I think I'll use it moving forward. But you really put forward, I think, a compelling argument on why academics should engage in these spaces. And I'm sure there's a lot of people who have questions for you, but if we can just move on to other speakers and we'll get back to you. Yeah. Now I want to move on to Connor, who leads our external engagement and who is the brains behind, with Jeff as well, behind this workshop, for him to take us through some of the case studies that show how our engagements have impacted have impacted policy decisions, our engagements with academics. So Connor, over to you.
Could we put Connor's screen? Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Great. Everyone can see it now. Super.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Thank you, Connor.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Thank you so much, Emilar, and thanks, Jeff, for those first set of comments and provocation for this discussion. For everybody joining again, my name is Connor Sanchez. I'm on the stakeholder engagement team here at Meta. And I'm going to build off of Jeff's remarks just to briefly share a bit about how we carry out consultations with external stakeholders, including academia as well as independent researchers. We engage these experts for a variety of reasons and on a wide variety of topics. So I think this will give you a taste for how that process runs and how we take those consultations and the insights they share into account as we work through a particular policy. So just backing up for a second, just for those who may be unaware, our content policy team is the team that's in charge of our community standards. The community standards, at the simplest level, are rules to make our platforms a space where people feel empowered, where they feel safe to communicate. And importantly, these standards are based on feedback we've received from a wide variety of individuals who use our platform, but also the advice of experts. And I have a few case studies that I think kind of exhibit exactly how these consultations have had an impact on our policy. An important detail about our community standards: these are global. They apply to everyone around the world. And we've become increasingly transparent about where we draw the line on particular issues. And laying out these policies in detail allows us to have a more productive dialogue with stakeholders on how and where our policies can improve. As Emilar mentioned, we do a lot of capacity building. We realize that not everybody is extremely savvy about exactly how our rules work or how our enforcement works. So we also do a lot of education to make sure that people understand kind of where the status quo is and why we've drawn the line in certain areas, even as we seek their feedback on improving and evolving our community standards. So as you can see, this is a long list of what can be found in our
Guys, there's an issue with the microphone.
Connor, we can't hear you.
He doesn't know.
Something that we seek feedback on. What is the proportional response to somebody who violates our rule? What happens if it's violated twice, 3 times, or 7 times? At what point does that person, we want people to learn about our rules. We want them to get better and come back and be a responsible community member. And so at what stage is that appropriate enforcement mechanisms? And just to give you a sense how we involve our experts into our policy development process, we really bring them in into a very robust process of how we're developing a policy. We create an outreach strategy to make sure that we are including a wide range of stakeholders, and then we carry out that outreach. Ultimately, as Jeff said, the decision sits with us. We take all of that, everything that we've heard from our consultations, and we provide that to our internal teams, to leadership, and we make a policy recommendation at what's called our policy forum. This is sort of the preeminent space within the company where we consider some of the biggest questions that are plaguing our community standards and make a decision on the direction that we want to go in. In terms of who we engage, this is the question I think I get the most is how do you decide who to engage with? How do you find relevant experts? How do we make sure that some vulnerable groups or groups that haven't been heard are being heard in the process? There's no simple formula for doing this or how we would respond to this, but we have developed a structure and a methodology that helps guide us as we reach out externally. So in terms of who we engage with, first, we can't meaningfully engage with billions of people, though that is certainly our stakeholder base. It includes billions of people. So we seek out organizations that represent the interests of others. We also really look for expertise in particular fields, and these don't have to be experts in content moderation or content enforcement or even internet governance or platform governance, but really they could be experts in irregular migration, in psychology. All of those things can really be informative for our policy. And then in terms of the categories of stakeholders, we're looking at NGOs, we're looking at academic researchers, human rights experts. They can also be people with lived experiences who are on our platforms using our tools in certain ways. And in terms of guiding who we engage, we really have sort of 3 principles or values that we look for: inclusivity, expertise, and transparency, and making sure that we know that we're building that trust with the stakeholder base as we speak with them. So jumping into a few examples of how this has actually played a part in our policy development process. In 2022, we published what's called our Crisis Policy Protocol. And what this did was codify our content policy responses to crisis situations. The framework we aim to build would assess crisis situations that may require a specific policy response. And so we explored how to strengthen our existing procedures and include new components such as a certain criteria for entry and exit into a crisis designation. So as we developed this, we sought consultations with global experts who had backgrounds in things like national security, in international relations, in humanitarian response, conflict or atrocity prevention, human rights experts. And in these consultations, stakeholders and the experts that we spoke to really helped surface key factors that would be used to determine whether a crisis threshold has been met. And so this included, if there were certain political events or there were large demonstrations in the street, certain states of exception or policies that were put into place. All of these things were based on the experience and the expertise from the experts that we consulted, and really informed the criteria that we continue to use to this day. Another example is our functional identification process. So this policy focused on how we treat content that could identify individuals beyond explicit factors such as a person's name or an image, which obviously we already had policies for if somebody's name was shared in a certain context or the image. and that posed a risk to them, then we would remove that content. But functional identification were more subtle factors that were information that was being shared about an individual without naming them, but that could still result in their being identified, and they could put at risk as a result of that identification. So the expertise that we sought with this policy development included privacy and data security experts, journalists who are often publishing the names of individuals in their stories who sometimes may need to remain anonymous. And so from there, we're really drawing on decades, if not centuries, of experience of individuals who have grappled with this question before of what details to provide in a publication that will be read by many, many people, and therefore the types of guidelines that they need to be putting in place to protect those identities. We also spoke with a global women's safety expert advisor group that we manage. This includes various nonprofit leaders, activists, and academic experts who could focus on the safety of women on and offline. And so this stakeholder input the engagements helped our team develop a policy that, upon escalation, allows us to consider additional factors beyond just name and image, including if somebody's age and their ethnicity or distinctive clothing, if all three of those in combination are published online, and we have signal from a local NGO that says that this could put somebody at risk, then that would allow us to remove that content based on our new policy. And a last example of how expert input played a role in our policies. So in 2022, we developed a policy on how to treat content soliciting human smuggling services. So our policies at that time, this was under our human exploitation policies, distinguished human smuggling from human trafficking, recognizing that human smuggling was a crime against the state and human trafficking as a crime against a person. What we wanted to tease out with experts was really figuring out what are the risks posed to people who solicit this type of content online. What are the risks associated of leaving this content up? And what are the risks associated with removing this content? And so we heard a wide variety of different insights from the stakeholders that we spoke with. The experts that we spoke with included experts who work at international organizations that are focused on migration, refugee protection, and organized crime. It also included academics who focus on irregular migration, human smuggling, refugee and asylee rights, criminologists. We also spoke with former border enforcement officials, people who have worked at borders around the world. And we really drew on this expertise to figure out where we should draw the line on this policy. They highlighted the risk posed to individuals, especially vulnerable individuals who solicit this content. They also highlighted the risk that if we were to remove this, what this would mean for somebody who may be in a very vulnerable position where they are escaping conflict, oppression, or otherwise unsafe conditions in their countries of origin. And ultimately, this led us to adopt a policy that minimized the risk of removing these types of posts by providing a safety page with information on immigration. So we would remove the solicitation of human smuggling services, but we would also provide a safety page for that individual who may be requesting that. And in developing that safety page, we also consulted experts to determine what information would be most impactful for this vulnerable population. Great, thank you so much, and that concludes my remarks. I'll pass it back to Emma.
Thank you so much, Connor, and I know it's very early for you, so thank you so much for joining this. We have about 25 minutes, and we have two more speakers. Tomiwa, can I come to you? I'm not sure if Naomi is online yet, but Tomiwa, I see you're online. Can we come to you for your input? Tomiwa, can you hear me?
Now I can.
Yes, so Tomiwa will take us through how platforms like Meta can and should learn from human rights experts to ensure a rights-centered model for content moderation. Over to you, Tomiwa.
Thank you very much, Emila. Can you hear me clearly? Can everyone hear me? Do I go on?
Hear you.
Okay, I can hear you. So thank you again. Quickly to my question. My understanding of the question is it can be subdivided into two broad areas. And the first one is how can, and the second one is how should platforms learn from human rights experts to ensure a right-centered model for content moderation. And like the speakers before me have said, there's usually really no one-size-fits-all. Because, for example, in the context of Meta and other major platforms, they operate in very, very many contexts and including very complex contexts. So, saying what this has to be the solution is going to be very problematic. But notwithstanding that, some of the things that I think platforms can learn, of course, also based on my interaction with platforms like Meta in the past, is number one, for example, is ensuring meaningful collaboration. And what do I mean by meaningful collaboration? This involves, for example, increasing collaboration with established and credible human rights institutions and organizations to identify practical applications of human rights standards to content moderation and governance. This also involves, for example, the devolution of focus on Western institutions who, in quotes, pretend to work on content moderation issues, especially in contexts that they do not have expertise in. For example, it involves identifying and working directly with these institutions that have boots on the ground regarding content moderation in this context. This could help identify specific pain points for platforms and these actors and collaborating with these institutions and organizations to think through possible solutions. And I think this also has been mentioned earlier by both Connor and Jeff. Number two is centering victims. What I mean by that is it should involve broadening the scope of human rights expertise to include victim-centered feedback on the impact platforms have, especially on vulnerable persons. When we think of experts, I think we often miss out on centering victims whose experience are usually the focus of most engagements. One key way of learning from these experts is also to focus on include the voices of these victims that are impacted by these activities who may or may not be experts in content moderation and governance but have lived experiences. And a third one is adopting a bottom-up content governance approach. What I mean by this is, working with key actors and experts in specific domestic contexts, such as national human rights institutions, civil society, and academics. This provides more contextual nuances and understanding of the issues on the ground, how these actors are currently thinking about them, and how exactly platforms can learn from their impact on the ground. A similar example was given earlier by Connor regarding the crisis policy protocol that sort of revealed the certain factors to consider in determining what qualifies as crisis. A fourth way that platform can learn from human rights experts is increasing more access to platform data for independent research, especially in underserved contexts such as the majority world. There is an increasing need to understand how platforms shape critical aspects of human rights challenges today. But the tools in reaching such understanding, such as the raw platform data that could point to possible solutions to these challenges, are unavailable for analysis by most majority world researchers. Lastly, another way that platforms can learn is identifying with the troves of existing resources on platforms out there, and this includes developed by international organizations such as the UN, academic institutions, and civil society organizations. Not only this, how these resources are adapted for platform use should also be made transparent. For example, where certain resources are applied by platforms, it should be clear what was applied and why. And in cases where feedback is sought but not utilized, it should also be clear as to why. Now, the second part of the question, which I'm going to rush through quickly because of time, is what platforms should learn from human rights experts. Number one is practical application of human rights standards. I think this is a very, very thorny and difficult area, especially for companies. But since human rights experts draw from human rights standards in the analysis of platform activities, it will be useful to look at the most proximate standard. And for example, in this context, the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights would easily apply. And the UNGPs, especially as related to its application to technology companies, provide useful ways for companies to ensure that their activities are right-centered. For example, one of such ways that the UN Human Rights has done this is through the BTEC project, which focuses on the application of the UNGPs to digital technologies, and they have quite a lot of resources in this area. And the BTEC's focus, they have 4 strategic focus. Number one is addressing human rights risk in business models, human rights due diligence and end use, accountability and remedy, and a smart mix of measures, which involves exploring regulatory and policy responses to human rights challenges linked to digital technologies. Another way platforms should learn from human rights experts include ensuring participatory development of content moderation rules and processes. And I was happy to listen to Connor earlier, because this is a very practical demonstration of what this participatory development refers to. Thirdly is also proactive accountability. This helps to engender trust, and it involves operationalizing measures that make platforms accountable regarding human rights harms, even before victims or general public are aware of such harms. This includes, but is not limited to, proactive human rights impact assessment of products and services to identify harms, communication of the extent to which such harms impact human rights, and the steps taken to remedy such harms. Lastly is platforms should learn from human rights experts how to agile and dynamic adaptivity. Well, what do I mean by that? What I mean is platforms can also learn to be agile and adaptive when it comes to applying international human rights standards to emerging and cutting-edge content moderation challenges. For example, what should be the best standard practice already been highlighted by human rights experts regarding imported content moderation label. Another example is, in what ways can platforms fund objective institutional or support objective institutional research without impeding their independence or credibility? So, in my view, I think these are quite, of course, they brushed the presentation, but this is more or less some of the ways that I think platforms can and should learn from human rights experts to ensure a rights-centered model for content moderation. Thank you very much, Emily.
Thank you so much, Tomiwa, for that. And I think you raised an important point regarding, I think, platforms being very transparent about the input that they take into consideration and why. and not just communicate the outcome. I'm not sure if Naomi is online. I can't see from here. If Naomi, if you're online, would you like to jump in? Naomi Schiffman is from the Oversight Board, and if she's online, she will discuss how the Oversight Board contributes to policy development, and she will also highlight how she built the academic and research partnerships program at Crown Tangle. Is she online? No. Okay, I think if she's not online, I think we can move into the discussion phase for this. We have a few more minutes, but before I ask questions, we've been talking for the last few minutes. Are there any questions for our experts? Yeah. Please introduce yourself and yeah.
Hi everyone, it's Mike Walton from the UN Refugee Agency, and we've worked with a number of people on the call, so good to see you. It's about capacity, and I love the kind of approach from ground up, but I just wonder how much capacity there is both on Meta side and any other content platforms in really putting that resource where it's needed. And the issue of language comes up again and again in terms of capacity to support maybe a wide breadth of languages that aren't supported now. So how can we take that bottom-up approach, not just for policy development, but also for content moderation, and make sure that we have a really strong infrastructure there? I know lots of people are putting AI at the heart of maybe this can help us moderate content going forward, and that might be one possibility, but the doubts are there. So yes, what can we do, and is there enough capacity, and if not, how can we increase that capacity?
Thank you so much, Mike. That's a great question. I think before we get back, any other question? Yes, please introduce yourself, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This is Adnan from Iraq. Thank you so much for this interesting discussion, and I actually learned from all of you. And last year I participated in one of the Meta's event on community standards in Amman. It was actually helpful. I had the similar question actually, because I'm from Iraq, and I know that Iraq is a very diverse country. And my question would be for Connor regarding other languages, how you guys are, because I know that those the policies you mentioned, maybe most of them are in English. I don't know whether they are available in different languages so people can read about it. And also, the next question will be about the engagement of stakeholders at the local level. I know that, for example, Iraq, I feel like there is a lot of difficulty to reach to Meta when someone, a researcher or an NGO, wants to engage, to ask question or raise a question, raise an issue. It's really difficult to get to the experts. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Of content moderation and enforcement, it's obviously something that we've invested quite a bit over the last 8 years or so. I think just overall, just zooming out, we've invested $20 billion in safety and security. And so our trust and safety team at the company is made up of about 40,000 different people who bring language expertise, but also bring expertise in certain policy violation areas, in certain areas such as safety and cybersecurity. Content moderation includes thousands of reviewers that moderate our content across our platforms, so Facebook, Instagram, Threads, in about 70 different languages. We also do fact-checking with our third-party fact-checkers for misinformation in about 60 different languages. And then for our coordinated inauthentic behavior, which focuses on what many would consider foreign influence operations, these are looking at taking down networks of operations and those have been done in about 42 different languages. So it's something that we are continually, wanting to get better at. And I think in addition to just the language differences, there are the cultural differences and the colloquial, nuances that come with every language. And so something even like Spanish, you have certain terms and ways of speaking that differ from, one part from Central America to South America. And for that, another part of our content moderation apparatus that's helpful is our Trusted Partner program. Our Trusted Partner program is a network of hundreds of NGOs around the world that we manage that really provide that local context, that local insight when there is maybe a particular trend or a term that we may not be, that may be only used in that jurisdiction or in that region, then they can be informative for our policies as we're developing something or taking action on particular pieces of content. But MLR, anything else that I may have missed on that?
I think you have, spoken about a lot of things there which are really, really relevant. Just to add, I think on some of the questions that you, Mike, right, you asked around, capacity on both sides. I think Connor has mentioned that we have 40,000, over 40,000 people in trust and safety. But I think you can never be at a point where you're like, we have full capacity, like we know everything. Cultural competence is very important for us to understand. But also I wanted to mention one other thing where for us, when we engage externally, it's also important to note that, we have some external stakeholders or experts or people with lived experience, one, who are willing and able to engage with us, some who are willing and unable to engage with us. And they're unable because maybe connecting to date, like internet connection is expensive or language capacity. While we have some local, team members, some people who can speak the languages, but sometimes we also ensure that we either meet people where they are at, where we can, but also support, connectivity, like support to we need to sustain it and make sure that it's something that we are continuously be, able to do. So we also look at the format of the engagement itself. And capacity for us, we need to continuously, I think, look at the context and know, where we have gaps, and also rely on space to say, that was it. You could have done better in this. And we also learn a lot, not only from academics like Jeff or NGOs, but also from humanitarian organizations, because you are on the ground, you know what's happening, and you deal with people every day. And talking